Mayor is on. To do is go ahead and get. I am Councilwoman Karen, Vice Mayor. So let's call the meeting to order. It's going in and out. Um, Since we are in work session, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the consent agenda items. Because I think the mayor really wants to be here for the presentation. Um, That's what I'm saying. So let's go through the agenda, and she really wants to be here for the presentation. So let's go through the agenda. Does anybody want to add anything? Not add anything, put something on consent or remove? So number 35. Hold on, let's get a pen. Number 35, go ahead. Well, you're gonna keep it or what? You're gonna keep it? Is that consent agenda? Okay, consent. Anything else that needs to go to consent? Let's start in order. Number four, number four for update on policing, that could be done on Monday night. We could do that for consent agenda. Number four, consent. Transparency software for city expenditures, Ms. Gordon. Okay. Discussion of adoption of streets, stay, okay. All right, squatters in East Point, stay, okay. Alcohol consumption hours at business, okay. New owner occupied clarification, Mr. Butler. Monday night, okay, so we're moving it to Monday. Okay, hold on just a second, we'll get to that last, okay? Is it, okay, so Mr. Butler, Fulton County Hospital, sir? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, Monday. Council discussion on whistleblower process, stay. Council discussion on City of East Point grievancy policy. Monday? You want that on Monday? Okay, court administration? Month? Okay, moving into next session. Okay, work session for, Madam Mayor, work session, okay? Decision and possible action, pass, number 15. Right. Um, okay. Agenda items. You want to defer? Okay, we're going to defer that. For how long? Okay, defer. I guess we, next month, do we have a date next month? A work section, okay, so that's fine. We can just put that on consent.
No, work session.
The work session? I mean, to move it to work session. Just move it to work session, okay, good. All right, so that's good. Number 16, council approval for vendor, Sylvan Road sidewalks design. Consent, okay.
Okay. What's going on with technology? Whew. Number 17. The number 18, construction solutions for file storage containers, BOS consent. 19, 20, any objections? 21, any objections? 22, any objections? 23, any objections? 24, any objections? 25, emergency repairs, any objection? 26, any objections to consent? 27, any objections to 27 going to consent? 28, we need a presentation tonight to discuss what's in that. 29, this is amendment number 2. We just did a recent amendment, so I would like to make sure the public's aware of what's in number 2. I'm assuming you all have a recommendation for the auditing company for number 29, so we need to discuss that. Number 30, animal services agreement with Fulton County, probably just need to talk about that to see if, the services have been very poor, so I don't know what safeguards we have in that contract for animal services. Point in time count, Fulton County has done this in the city before, and they want to use our annex again. So can we move 31 to consent? That's Fulton County wanted to use our city annex for the point in time count to count people experiencing homelessness within South Fulton County. Number 32, I can talk briefly about that. 33, 34, Councilmember Butler, you want to discuss tonight, and 35, Councilmember Robertson, I'm assuming you want to discuss that tonight.
You said 35 move to consent.
31 is consent. Councilmember Butler, you said 34 January work session. And 35, Councilmember Robertson. Well, we probably need to discuss it because if it's an ordinance, we need to see the draft ordinance. So I know we already have something addressing some of this before, so maybe some amendments to that. So, okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Renee. I'm glad we were able to get the technology set up. Maybe we can try to check that out before the meeting starts. Okay. So I'm gonna read the items that we have for consent. Is items. Okay, so I'm gonna start with these. So items 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 31 are consent. Deputy City Clerk, number 14, and I did that one. 14 is consent. It's 16. 13 is work session. And 15 is being deferred to work session as well. And the update on policing, we want to have that on Monday's agenda. Okay. All right. So we will start with our I need to make that note now real quick. what's Monday? 12/18. We will start with our first presentation from our East Point and Convention and Visitors Bureau. I placed this on. I thought it would be on from staff, but I know that they were planning to come this evening, and I see that we have the members of our board of directors here, our President Neil Shaw, board member Patsy Jo Hilliard, former mayor, I should say, Mayor Patsy Jo Hilliard, and then Attorney Charles Johnson, along with our President and CEO Chantel Ross Francois, and other staff with her as well. So I will turn it over to, I see Ms. Francois is the one before me, so, and I see the president nodding. So I will turn it over to Ms. Ross Francois to give us a presentation.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure, as always, to come before you and give updates on the work that we've been doing at the CVB. I do have the pleasure tonight of having my board with me and my chairman, Neil Shaw, who would also like to address the council as we start with our presentation.
Okay, hello, council members. Hi, so many friendly faces. I wanted to start out by, some of you know me in limited capacity, some of you don't know me that much at all, so who am I, why am I here, why am I working with the CVB? I thought I'd give a quick introduction. So I develop, own, and operate my hotels, and I have been in and out of 32 markets in the country. I currently have, we are now down to 12 hotels within the Southeast is where they're concentrated. I started in the city of East Point in 1997. So I would like you to note that I've been here for 25 years working with the city and all of the different regimes that have been here since then. So by my account, I don't think that there's another one individual or an individual with just personal family money that has built 3 hotels in the city of East Point. But in all, I've added $55 million worth of assets into the city of East Point specifically. Had the pleasure of dealing with you guys from permitting to business license. I employ anywhere from 40 to about 75 individuals at each location. I built the Hampton Inn and Suites on Bobby Brown Parkway. I acquired that land in 97. We opened our doors in 98. The Hilton Garden Inn I built in 2008, opened the doors in 2009. Recently, I just opened the Home 2 Suites, somewhat within the pandemic range. We opened up just in 21. With the Home 2 Suites by Hilton as well. So and just for perspective, I franchise, and most everything I own is either a Hilton or a Marriott franchised. And so staying within that echelon. So I've been contributing to hotel motel tax for a long time. I've also contribute in my millage rates for my property taxes, and that is why I hold the seat #1 voting position on the Aerotropolis CID as well. So I've been here for quite some time, for 25 years, and I'm also trying to get some semblance of where my tax dollars are going, and thought that it would be best to join in with these organizations so I can steer it for the betterment of the of all in charge. Make no mistake, I do consider the primary constituency for myself. I consider the primary constituency of the the East Point CVB as my hotel peers. So for me, the East Point CVB exists to promote overnight accommodations within the city of East Point, and then promote the city as the tool to be able to do so. In all this time, I have not entertained really moving over and doing any developments in College Park, nor Hapeville, nor any of the other cities around here. I have been working with some of these gentlemen for a very, very long time, and I'm still working with Maceo just as recently as a month ago to try to find other suitable sites as the construction environment hopefully gets better within the next year. So as such, I wanted to let you guys know why I'm here as the chairman of the CVB. Also, some of the battles that I faced as we formed this organization as well. I know that there was, and I speak freely, so please forgive me, but I know that there was alliances and friendships with our former DMO. When I was first approached by Mayor Holliday as to what we should do, I was, and I make no bones about this, I need you guys to know and hear me clear, I was the largest proponent of letting go the last DMO. It's, again, I'll say this with an underline, it's my money, 8% off the top. I work for my bottom line, 8% of my top goes away. So I want you guys to know this and hear this before you hear our presentation. In the years 21, the former DMO expended $717,000 according to their budget. In 22, they were supposed to expend $826,000 according to their budget. I know that the revenue stream was $2 million, thereabouts. As the hotel guy, where's the rest of that money? Now, I'm not here to dig up the past or try to audit anything. I'm just saying, careful who you align yourselves with, and I'm saying that speaking freely as a free citizen, but I'm the one who you guys are supposed to be attracting here for growth and development. I have proven myself 3 times over. I've employed more than hundreds of people within these hotels. So at the end of the day, I had concerns with where this money was and how it was being spent and how it was potentially not being spent. As you guys know, there was a DCA judgment, which doesn't come lightly. Why is a judgment there? So be careful about the alliances, because the judgment had the money coming back to us. Now, when I first started here, I was thinking that the budget would be this, then the budget became this. Then we've got some money coming back to us from a judgment. Now the budget is this. And I'm telling you, the reason that I'm here is to watch that money and make sure it's being spent carefully with the primary interest of overnight accommodations. I owe that to the other hotels that still have me here as their chairman as well. So that's why I wanted to do this. And that's why I wanted to, again, friendships and alliance. I'm not a politician. So at the end of the day, I just knew that I didn't have an accounting for what happened before. My personal feelings is we almost contributed the lion's share of the revenue to the former DMO. We've got, as a hotel owner, I'm telling you, I picked up maybe one group of 20 to 30 rooms over the course of 6 years. So I have a reason to want to be here, and I hope you take me seriously. I'm very forthright. I'm very honest. I've been doing this for a long time. I don't think any of you will be able to find a blemish on my record. But just wanted you to have that perspective as we go in. Thus far, less than a year of operations. I'm telling you, and you'll see in a second, I saw more work coming out of this CVB that we didn't even have an office for half of the year. I saw more work coming out of this office than I had in the 6 prior years we had a DMO. So just with that perspective and with an open mind, I beg of you to take a look at what we've done. We've had staff only for a total of about 3 months out of this year, and a place to call home for a little less than 6 months out of this year. And still we accomplished what we accomplished. And I'm very, very proud of the team that we have built and also what we're about to show you. So with that, I will probably just, would you like me to go ahead and I can answer these questions that were put forth? Would you prefer to do that? Or there were some questions that were sent by council, and I can address those questions right now. And if that's okay with you guys, right before the presentation, if that's fine. So forgive me for referring back to my notes here for a little bit, but questions were, what is our vision for the city of East Point? To position, well, let me share with our mission. The mission is to show East Point as a unique and premier destination for conventions, group, leisure, and business travelers, to increase overnight stays while positioning East Point as where the world meets. Where the World Meets, by the way, is a continuing epilogue to a longtime vision of our own CVB board member and East Point's longest-serving mayor, Patsy Jo Hilliard, whose vision was welcome to East Point, the international city community of the future. So we felt really comfortable taking that epilogue and just contorting it just a little bit as to match the work that we have done. What is the process, question, what is the process for council to speak with the CVB to discuss the vision of the city? So as chairman, I sent a memo to our city manager on May 22nd for distribution to the mayor and council on the process and protocol for communication with the CVB. If any of you don't have that for some reason, I brought one extra copy, but we can certainly email it to you as well. But in effect, we're asking for the city and council to address any questions that you might have for the CVB directly to myself or the city manager. We will then work it through and get you the answers that you need, and we'll do so post haste. All right. How often are hotel motel funds received? Hotel motel tax funds are collected monthly by the city. The CVB receives monthly deposits in arrears from the city and may not always be received monthly as collected. So we're just going with whatever we can get, whenever we can get it, and trying to ask for as best of an accounting as we can of those funds as well. There was a question, what happened to the 1.2 million that was due back from the city for the previous DMO? So I'm reading, the CVB has not received any documentation from the city regarding the details of $1.2 million being received from the previous DMO. We have requested this information from the city finance department. On November 21st, 23, it was confirmed that several deposits to the CVB account totaling $1.8 million was indeed a refund deposit. On February 14th, in the amount of $501,741, and total of that's 1.8 total. I apologize. It's 501 that was received on February 14th and 1.3 that was received on March 7th. However, and take this with friendliness, I don't have really an accounting or any backup documentation of where that money came from, how it was calculated. We don't know. We have asked. But thus far it hadn't been presented to us, so we're just taking it, and all I'm doing is trying to be the best steward I can of that money and making a budget that makes sense for hotels. So we have a question, why did the 24 Hours of Peace event not take place? First, I would say this event was not a CVB related event. We were planning to be sponsors, but this event was canceled by the organizers due to their internal discussions and challenges with their major sponsors. City manager and police chief were informed as soon as we were made aware. Another question, where are the funds, $250,000 approved by council for that event? I'll say, again, this was not a CVB related event, so we're unaware of $250,000 nor any related payments to the best of our knowledge. We didn't know that the city council did approve anything, but either way, it wasn't our purview, it wasn't our event, we wouldn't know. So just want to make sure I draw that line there. We have another question. Did East Point sponsor an event in Grenada? If so, what was the return on investment? East Point did not sponsor an event in Grenada. East Point CVB partnered with a Georgia film production company that is filming in Grenada, the UK, Ghana, and East Point. And this gave us the opportunity to be marketed and promoted in all of the international destinations during filming, screening, and premiering of the event with recognition for City of East Point in credits. The BET and MTV will be in East Point to document the making of the movie in East Point. The cast and crew will be staying in East Point hotels while engaging in live remotes and social media reels by actors. WSB-TV will be interviewing the actors who have individually have 10 million and 7 million followers on social media platforms. East Point was not originally considered for this opportunity as they were scouting for a location in Atlanta. East Point CVB was able to convince them to shoot in the city of East Point where the world meets. As with any of our partnerships or sponsorships, the return on investment is assessed as beneficial prior to involvement and will be made evident upon completion of the event via deliverable stats analytics wherever available. So, question, how much money has been spent and where? And if we can provide a budget balance sheet to share, this would be great. So per our agreement as a CVB with the city, of East Point. A financial report will be shared semi-annually and annually to DCA per their requirement on the spend of restricted hotel motel tax funds. Financial activity is also regularly shared with the East Point CVB board, who has the opportunity to question the spend and advise accordingly. What is the plan moving forward for transparency in spending these funds? Same answer that I just gave above. So ultimately, we have an agreement where we present to you twice a year, semi-annually, as to what we've done and how we've spent the money in our budget to make sure we're in accordance of compliance with yourselves, and also compliance with DCA naturally. So what is the overall marketing plan for providing exposure of East Point? It's aggressive awareness campaign with marketing tactics to increase overnight accommodations for East Point hotels while positioning us as where the world meets. Question, have they been successful in meeting their goals? We have been extremely successful with the amount of exposure gained through innovative and intentional marketing led by our president and her team and the tourism industry relationships that she has shared. Despite the challenges of finding office space within city limits, lack of staff for 5 of the 10 months in operation, and the initial groundwork necessary to set up the CVB, we were able to not only market, but also book business, increasing overnight stays factually, and generating additional hotel revenue, fulfilling our goals and mission. Those were the questions to this point that I have received in writing from the city. So if there are any other questions that still loom out there, if you don't mind, you can jot those down in an email and send them to myself or Mr. Darren King, and I will make sure to get those questions answered for you. Is there anything that I need to speak on what was just delivered just now?
So
Before the
I think
presentation.
it seems that you all have a presentation, right? Is this the only slide?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay, so I think it probably would be best to go through the slides and then take
That's
the
fine.
questions at the end.
Perfect.
I will say regarding the $1.8 million you mentioned, the letter from DCA was shared to council back in April of this year when we received it, and it reflected that the $501,741 was given back to the city, was required for the previous DMO to give to the city for fiscal year 21. So that $501,000 that you mentioned, that was a transfer from the city to the DMO as required by DCA. And then also on February 21st, 2023, ATL Airport District wired $1,340,383 for fiscal year 2022 hotel motel tax funds to the city of East Point, which was the second deposit or receipt that you indicated for that $1.8 million. So I just wanted to clear that up because that was a requirement by DCA for the city to send those funds once we receive them to you all and you confirm that you received them. And so if we can go through the presentation, and
Thank you.
then we will open up for questions for everyone at the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope that answers the questions that you all had, and we apologize for the confusion previously, but we did not receive those questions until now. Our mission, as the chairman mentioned, is very clear, and that is to showcase East Point as a unique and premier destination and position us for overnight increase in our hotel nights and position us as where the world meets. This we thought was just groundbreaking as we entered and attended the Georgia Governor's Conference on Tourism just in August, where the CEO of Brands USA and had the pleasure of meeting the governor himself and First Lady, and able to mention that we were positioning East Point as where the world meets and as a new DMO within the Georgia system. The Georgia Governor's Conference keynote speaker was the CEO of Brands USA. And just for everyone's edification, Brands USA is the agency that actually brands the entire United States. And while attending that, they shared with us that the international market is the target for 2024, and that the US inbound travel is geared to reach 90 million by 2027. that was also confirmed that the #1 market for Georgia is Canada. And again, we felt really proud and as a trailblazer because here at the East Point DMO, we had already targeted Canada the first month that we created and developed the CVB and was recognized on national TV in Toronto. And our own Mayor Patsy Joe was also recognized for the, what was it called? The Legends Award for being the first female African-American mayor in the state of Georgia. So we were on national TV there and recognized for that. They shared with us that the target for FY 2024 should be Canada, Mexico, and again, Canada being for North America #1, and then of course, all of the international markets and why international is so important. So again, we were already ahead of the curve in 2023 by targeting Canada and the international markets. And here it is, we're being told by the head of the United States Brand USA that that's the target for 2024. So I think we should be very proud that we were already, again, trailblazing at the East Point DMO. And this is what was shared with us, that the international inbound spend will be about $118 billion year to date within the United States. And that's an increase of over 34% since July of 2022. So again, it just shows that the research and that the targets that we're going after has been documented. And with that, we'll just go through some of the accomplishments real quickly. We've been really busy at the DMO. We started basically in February, coming on board. I could barely see from up there. Okay, I apologize. Okay, so we started, of course, by, first of all, setting up the usual things for getting the organization going, our banking and developing brand work and the marketing plan. The biggest challenge that we had was finding office space within the city, as the chairman mentioned. We, of course, could have found space right outside of the city in College Park or Hapeville, but we didn't want to take our tax dollars to go ahead and do that. So we've just recently found space that is conducive to what we do, and we're leasing now over at Jefferson Station. In that first month, we were also able to do international marketing, television promotions, attending trade shows. In March, we secured contracts with our attorneys and accountants. HR started looking for staffing, recruiting, still attending trade shows while we were still building and attending hospitality events and getting the word out on East Point. In April, we were able to, again, continue sourcing for office space. That took a minute. We're launching our social media accounts. We did site visits and advertising. We also did a reception to introduce ourselves to the hoteliers and the hospitality community within East Point. In May, we started establishing our SOPs and was an on-site working sponsor of Wednesday Wind Down. We were able to attract WSB TV to come out also. We had some international acts that came through and had their fans follow and plan to be at the event. We had several people come in overnight stays for that particular show. In May, we also did a media fam where we had people here from, we had the VP of the LA Times, we had the executive, one of the director of travel for National Geographic, and some other media writers, travel writers on site with us as well. We also had radio during that time and created a professional photo library so we could have images to set up our website. In September, sorry, where am I? June. Continued in June with the Wednesday Wind Down. We also continued looking for our office space then. We had a hotel pop-up with a 90 Day Fiancé influencer, TLC's TV show, 90 Day Fiancé. We had one of their celebrities come and do a pop-up for us at the Four Points. That was very lucrative for us and got a lot of attention, marketing. The people at the hotels were impressed, called their family members and, pledged that they would definitely be staying at those particular hotels on their stopover in Atlanta. We also did the 40th anniversary for This Is It Barbecue by advertising with flagpoles along Camp Creek Parkway. and continued with radio and TV advertising. In July, we basically moved along with the same thing, signing the lease for the office space at Jefferson Station. We attended trade shows, received an award at the Apex Award. We drafted our branding agency and drafted the RFP for the branding agency, revised our bylaws, and again, had radio advertising during that time. In August, we continued again with Wednesday Wind Down and having international acts come through with their fans following. We moved into our temporary office space and got into some local advertising with the Powwow Festival, Hotel International, and radio. September, we designed and produced our branded promotional items, additional items for international marketing as well. Attended trade shows, local networking events, and we received the bids to begin the branding exercise. In October, we continued with recruiting and training, sourcing and installing equipment in our offices, and also doing the build out. So we didn't think that we would have to be a project manager for an actual build out, but this is the way it landed, and this is what's taken some time for us to get situated. We also had something very lucrative with Morehouse, where we created a partnership with them, with not only their alumni, but their athletics department and admissions and recruiting. So we were part of this year's homecoming. Whenever they sent out their packages to all of the alum, we had East Point hotels listed. We had special pricing for them and packages with all information on East Point. So going forward, that's a partnership that we will continue to foster and see grow. We will have special booking codes with the hotels. We've already talked to the hotels about that. So anything happening at Morehouse, again, through the alum, through the athletics department, or through the admissions and recruiting. And we all know how heavily admissions and recruiting is throughout the year when kids come down with their families and their parents to cite the college. So now they'll have a place to stay and they'll always look at East Point first. Again, we talked about some of the tactics we just went through and getting the implementation going, and that's some of that right here. And our tactics for marketing our city and being intentional in everything that we do. We are strategic in the actions that we take. And what we'll be doing is marketing, advertising, media, of course, public relations, hotels and hospitality, tourism and site visits. We'll also be attending and have attended local sector marketing events and key strategic partnerships, stakeholder engagements, and community local marketing, television, radio, and the list goes on. Some of the other tactics are right here as well. I won't go through all of them. I'm just trying to move through real quickly here. Advertising, promotions, and publications. Here's a list of some of the publications that we've already been featured in this short time. We're very excited and proud of all the work that we've done to get this amount of work completed in the short time that we've been here. I've shared with you some of the publications, some copies there that you can take a look at, but this is a full list of where we've been recognized. Here's a look at some of the placement that we've had. And all of the placement, again, we've been very strategic with who we partner with, who we advertise with, and always seeking to get the awareness as much as we can. The Georgia Visitor Fund Map, I believe you have a copy of that there. This is, positioned at all of the regional visitor ARVIC centers within Georgia. So anybody coming into Georgia from all the different markets, this is something they'll be able to pick up and see East Point. This is an industry publication, BizBatch with Connect. We had a full page and article in there. We also were featured in Black Meetings in Tourism. And there was an article, an editorial done on CVB Head's annual report. And I was glad to be featured alongside with the CEO of LA, talking about the tourism there. So again, positioning for East Point is key, and we're very proud about that. This is the Atlanta Go See Do ATL, which is the airport magazine, the Braves, the Falcons. Rolling Out magazine did quite a few editorials for us during the month of May through August on Wednesday Wind Down. So we had some editorials and interviews done within their travel section and entertainment as well. Media, television, radio, and social. We were happy to be featured on WSB. This is a commercial that actually started airing today. Is there a volume? Okay. This is a commercial that started running today. It is it's actually a promotion that we did alongside and we'll share this with you afterwards. We did this with some of our restaurants within the city, and they'll be giving away a meal for 8 for the holidays. So we had This Is It, Rosie's, Malone's, Louisiana Bistro, and This Is It. This was another commercial that aired earlier this year on WSB TV. And I'm not sure where we can't have sound.
It might be the way the screen is shared.
Okay. Okay, but that was the second time that we've been on TV again in this short time. So we're happy about that partnership that we have with WSB. And these are some of the television stations that we have been featured on locally and internationally. Rogers is Canada's #1 TV station. And again, we were featured there. We're also on Grenada's broadcasting network based on the filming that was being done and the activations within that country. This is some of the radio advertising that we've done as well. We had V103 here during Wednesday Wind Down, and also they were part of our Tourism Week back in May. Community and local marketing. There was a lot that we've done within the community as well. We're not just international. We support our community also. We held a launch for the Bronzelands Media Festival in August at the Legacy Center. And our mayor was able to speak at that particular event. We also sponsored the Powwow Native American Festival here in August, right here at City Hall. Also Wednesday Wind Down, as we mentioned, and the 90 Day Fiance pop-up at 4 Points. We also sponsored a Sealed Nectar fashion show at the Legacy Center and MPI networking luncheon in September at the Sonesta. That particular event had our police chief speak on safety and risk management within large meetings and groups coming to cities. So we were happy to have Chief Buchanan on board for that. Just some images of Wednesday Wind Down with the audience and some of the musical guests. The powwow event. And Arden's Garden, who's been a community supporter for a very long time. I actually had the pleasure of connecting with Arden's Garden back in 2011 when I first came on board to represent East Point through the ACVB. And we were able to support her as being a recipient for the SBA Georgia District honoree. Also, the launch of the new location for This Is It Barbecue at the ribbon cutting and celebrating their 40th anniversary at the Fox, the Sickle Cell Road Race, and the partnership with Morehouse and all of its different departments. Here's some of the activations that they did helping to promote us. And these are the flagpoles that were set up on Camp Creek Parkway. We did mention to you last time we were here about adopting the space on Virginia Avenue, which was in a horrible condition, but it is the first place of contact when visitors come in to our hotel. So we've kind of renamed that the Hospitality Square. And we've been working diligently on making a change in that area. We've been working with Jeff Reeves in Works on trying to bring that up to par. It currently looks like, as opposed to the before picture you looked at, the coloring up the top on the print has not gone up. We're still talking about that and working with Jeff to see how best that would work. The rendering you see at the bottom, if you've been to most progressive cities, they have these big signs that actually say the name of the city, where people stand and take pictures, use it as a marketing tool. That's something that we want to do as well. So again, he's working with Jeff on the best way to do that, but that's something that we're looking at positioning very soon. So you'll see all those change coming. You might have already seen the change up there, but there's a huge problem with the homeless and situations happening behind that. So we're hoping that that's something that we can help alleviate as well. Metro Atlanta Collaborative Marketing. We were sponsors of the Georgia Renaissance Festival. As you know, that is a massive festival that happens every year. This is their website. positioning, again, I made sure we were right next to Coca-Cola. That was done intentionally. When you press watch the video, you saw a 90-second video on East Point, and that's on their website, and it's still there. This is some of the activations again at the Renaissance Festival. This is the Bronze Lens Film Festival. Their media launch was done at the Legacy Center. And that's just some images from that. We also partnered with a chef who actually gave us meals for Mother's Day, and we did a promo around that and did a contest for mothers to win a free private dinner. Christian Meetings and Conference. This is just to show some of the people that we're in line with. Again, this was a conference that was held this summer, and we received the RFP to host this particular conference in East Point next year. International Marketing. This is the group that came from the UK. They did a whole session in front of the MARTA station in East Point and did a live feed back to the UK. They performed at Wednesday Wine Down. They have millions of followers and had people talking and buzzing about East Point the whole time this was going on. So we were happy to have them here as well. The Caravana Festival in Toronto, this is another piece of activation that we did where there's over 1.3 million visitors each year with an overall attendance of 2 million. Over 2,000 people at this parade had East Point towels waving, and we received recognition on TV and otherwise for that, and people asking questions. Where is East Point? Where is that in Georgia? How is that? Where is that? And this is what we want. We want people to be aware. We want people to be interested. This is an event that the Prime Minister himself supports, so we were happy to have the opportunity to showcase East Point to over 1.3 million visitors. Also, we were part of the Vanguard International. This is a fashion show that we talked about earlier when I first came to present to you earlier this year. It was announced that East Point will be the location for the Vanguard 2024. So they will be here next year. This was the event that happened this year in Toronto. And these are some of the images for that. Just Friday, as a result of the film being shot in Grenada, the UK, and East Point, because of the activations that happened in Grenada, the Prime Minister himself became intrigued with East Point and what are the similarities and some of the synergies that we may have with Grenada. He sent his ambassador to visit us. He was just here on Friday, and again today, met with us, met with the schools. Social engagement and media. This is just some of the social media content that we've had. Again, we partnered with Shida, who is from 90 Day Fiancé with almost 1 million followers. She's on TLC's program 90 Day Fiancé. So she was here as well and talking about East Point. She did a YouTube video for about 2 hours on East Point that garnered over 17,000 views, 4,000 views in the first hour. These are numbers and statistics that are priceless. And this article just goes to show the impact of travel influencers on domestic travel. Same thing with Auntie Jillian. She has over 16 million views. And again, she's an influencer that was here and hosted Wednesday Wine Down alongside V103. These are just some images of what happened here. This is, if we go back one, this is just to show a post that Auntie Jillian did. Received over 1,000 likes in just a few moments that she posted it. And here she is. She's actually one of Canada's, they have their own television show in Canada as well. And this is her with the Prime Minister of Canada and his mother, who are huge supporters of Auntie Jillian. So we were happy to have her as an influencer and representative for us. This is Shida from 90 Day Fiancé, who happens to be Muslim as well. So we were glad that we were able to hit all the diverse markets. She did the henna pop-up at the 4 Points Sheraton, and that was very successful and received a lot of following, likes, and interest on East Point as a result. This is just some images from that event. Our social media preview, these are just some analytics and numbers. We definitely saw the increase with the partnership with the influencers. Definitely made a change there, so we're happy about that. Some of the sponsorships that we've had throughout this time, meeting professionals, that is MPI Georgia, we're an annual sponsor with them. They also, for the first time, came to the airport area for their monthly educational session. MPI, which we'll go forward and see who they are a group of over 70,000 plus meeting planners. That is strictly industry related. The meeting planners are the people that we go, that's our clients. That's who we want to come to our destinations. They choose what will be the next destination for their next meeting. So MPI has over 400 members. The 7th largest chapter is right here in Georgia. And they had never been out to the airport before. They did their educational session here. That's where the chief spoke on the panel and the mayor came and brought greetings. So again, very happy to be able to do that. And we're listed on their website as well. Positioning, again, we're in good company. These are all the other sponsors and participants that support MPI. This is National Coalition of Black Meeting Professionals, another industry leader. This just happened on Friday. Again, our mayor was able to speak on the panel for the politics of tourism. And if you look at the backdrop in the photo to the left, again, we're in good company, but you see some of the other cities that are listed there, and again, positioning and making sure that we are recognized. Memberships fall along the same line. Again, we're very intentional about who we partner with, who we're members of, who we sponsor, the trade shows that we attend. And this is just a list of all of the memberships that we have. Meeting professionals, again, coalition, we're talking about Society of Government Meeting Planners. And again, Society of Government Meeting Planners, we hosted them here at the 4 Points for their September meeting. So they were also here in East Point and Explore Georgia. This is MPI. This is some images from the event that happened at the Sonesta. There's our chief on the panel and some of the attendees that attend this event. That's the director of sales to the far right of the property. And the meeting planners had an opportunity to also site that property and know what they have to offer for East Point. Trade shows and events. Again, a list of the trade shows that we've attended. And just looking at this list, as our chairman mentioned, we were doing all this without having office space, without having full staff, and yet still making an indelible difference with our marketing and promotions. Go for it. We also attended the Fundamentals of Tourism, which is a continuing education program through the Carl Vinson Institute of Government. So we're promoting, we're doing all of that, and we're also continuing to educate ourselves and to be within this competitive industry. We attended the Black Caucus, and I was able to be a speaker for the State of Black Tourism. On that panel, we had an audience of over 200 travel industry professionals, and I had the opportunity to show the 90-second video on East Point. There were only 3 speakers, and I was allowed to be one of those. So we were happy to be, again, recognized. And if you look at the backdrop on that, you'll see some of the participants and who were the top sponsors. And we're right, again, in good company. Happy to announce that I did receive an award, the Apex Award from the International Multicultural Heritage on Tourism, and also NABHOOD, which is the National Association for Black Hotel Owners and Operators. National Travel and Tourism Week, this happened in May. We had a full week of activities starting right here on the steps of City Hall. We received a proclamation from the mayor. We had all of our hoteliers attend, and just being thankful and appreciating them for all the work that they do for hospitality within the city of East Point, while talking to residents and business owners on the importance of tourism. We visited all the hotels again and thanked them and celebrated all of their efforts. We also did a pop-up on Camp Creek Parkway with the radio and just speaking and talking to the general public. They were asking, what's all this about? What is East Point? What is tourism? What does that mean? And we were happy to educate them and share the importance of that. The media fam we talked about that we had during Wednesday Wind Down. We had folks here from LA Times, National Geographic, from Canada, Toronto media as well. We took them a guide of the city, went to Black Arts in America, the Arts Exchange, the Legacy Center, toured them around the city, ensured that they had an unforgettable time that they'd be able to write stories and share articles on in the future. And sales. This is a very important part of why we're here. And we have a new director of sales, Keesla Blade, that I will have to talk to you real quickly about where we are and some of the numbers and what we've done in sales already. So I've talked to you about our marketing, our promotions, and all that we've done. And yes, we have also been able to get leads and bring business to the city.
Thank you. It's an honor to speak to everyone. Just to go quickly through the sales and first give a shout out to the team for CVB. I am new, but been doing a lot of research in the past few weeks that I've been here of what the foundation that has happened that they did all year, what it brought and what actualized. We have, of course, 17 branded hotels in the city that allows for 2,557 total rooms. Requests for proposals and leads, we received 25 in this time period, and 16 have actualized, and we've had 9 that have turned down. Some of the RFPs that we received were Black American Cheerleaders, Leadership Retreat and Gala, Africa's Young Entrepreneurs Organization, iFactory, BKR, Travel South International Showcase, Black Softball Circuit, Presbyterian Church, InterVarsity Christian Fellowship, and Sons of Solomon. We also received the CMCA, the NAACP, as well as the RFP. I'm sorry. Okay, and then the Headies Awards, and then the rest. Now, we did receive, you know, as much as we like our magic and our fun, we did have some medicine. We lost some business, and there's different reasons why we've lost business to maybe another city, but quality of property keeps popping up for everything. So that is where we need to make sure our hotel developers and hotel owners are able to have funds to put back into their hotels. Where are we nationally? The industry recovery dashboard for the first half of 2023 is putting us towards 2019 as a comparison, because it's, you know, pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, the pandemic really just had us erratic for the past few years. So numbers really that are apples to apples are 2019. So our lead volume, and that means the number of leads that were received by DMOs, where it was about 116%. Conversion is down nationally because planners are sending leads to multiple destinations, and that's up. Normally they are sticking to one place, but they're sending to a whole bunch of places. The number of bookings, the leads turn definite, that's 91%. And expected attendance, and that is total expected attendance for leads that were turn definite, was 112%, and actual booked room nights, 88%. This slide nationally looks at our corporate and group are still below 2019 levels. That's what we really want to work on everywhere, because everyone's still not traveling fully, but leisure is. Corporate is still down, but it is growing. Large metro areas reach 2000 levels in 2022. The strongest areas are rural and resort. We're in that small city town area. And if you see on this graph, 2023, we're growing. 2024, they're forecasting that we should have a bump. And we're looking forward to that part. And the other part for us is we're close to a large metropolitan area as well. Look at the Atlanta airport. That's the second piece right there in bar. We are moderately growing. We're still, some markets are still recovering from COVID. So we are growing. It's slow, but we're going in the right direction. We're not flat, we're just growing, but it is coming up. And I'll show you in the next slide where we are growing locally in East Point. So this graph is talking about the properties that are actually in East Point. If we look at August and September of 2022, there was a percent change the year before, about 19% in August and 17% in September. 2023, we're up 2%, but down 6.2%. But year to date, we're averaging for occupancy 18.2 and then for 2022, and then 2023, we're at 3.6. So again, not the best, but we're growing. It's going in the right direction. Something that we all need to think about for 2024, we're really excited about what's going to happen in 2024 for East Point, but nationally and locally, we have to think about interest rates are still increasing. We have continued higher inflation, overall cost of goods and services. We are going into a presidential election year. It is also a leap year, and we have economic indicators like savings rates, increasing debt, and real estate. Internally, we're really doing our best to attract a quality class of business. That means that they'll pay a higher rate to come here, and they'll keep our hotels in better shape. Our return of international travel, we're really going to focus on that 2024 report from Brand USA and go to that international piece. There are some major market distress, and ADRs are plateauing. So it's becoming flat of what average rate that a client pays. So this is where, and this is our new senior sales manager as well. So this is where we're gonna focus on for 2024. Our focus is to attract individual visitors, group tours, meetings, and conventions to East Point through targeted business development, business relationships, sales calls, blitzes, collaborative marketing, and networking. Really focus on the national, international visitor, the corporate business traveler, diversity, associations, leisure and market for family reunions, military reunions, of course, film, fraternal organizations, colleges and universities. Bus tours is a big thing. We really are gonna attract that this year. Fam tours, media tours, sports teams, that's traveling teams, the baseball teams, the soccer teams. Religious teams, Smurf is in that same world. And then we also really are going to focus on citywide group compression. So any citywide, we need to make sure folks are choosing to stay in East Point to be able to go to a conference downtown. And I'm done. So thank you all so much.
Thank you all again. And just quickly, I know there's been a lot of questions about the Georgia Motel Hotel tax. So just wanted to do a quick overview for you, and this is something I know each of you may already have had, but just to show exactly the category that the city collects 8% taxes, and 5% of that becomes that goes to the city for hotel motel taxes, and 3.5% comes back to the DMO, and that is the travel, conventions, and tourism TCT funds. And TPD is tourism product development, which goes to the city. There's a definition for defining TCT recipients, and you can take a look at that. And what are the purposes for TCT spend? And again, tourism, conventions, and trade shows. So these are the restricted spend and the reasons why we get it and what we can use it for. And same thing for the TPD funds, which is the next slide. Tells you exactly what the tourism product development funds are and what qualifies as TPD. So anything that is a tourism product that actually attracts visitors to the city is considered qualified for using the TPD funds. So I believe this should be of some assistance to you as well. Thank you.
Mr. Shaw, I see you coming back for it. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I open up for questions? I see lights on, but I don't see anybody on my screen.
I'm here for the questions, actually.
All right. Technology's not really working. Still can't see names. Okay. Councilmember Robertson, Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Cummings. I'm just going, I don't see order because it's not on the screen. I'm just gonna go down the line.
Okay, we're back on? All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. A great presentation, full of receipts. I thoroughly enjoyed it. One of the best presentations in reference to this space I've seen in a long time. So I did have a question, though, a couple of questions. One is there any strategy for the Fight for Soccer for 2026? I didn't hear anything about that.
FIFA,
Yeah, FIFA. I didn't hear anything about
yes,
that.
yes, there is. And that's part of the sports. That was part of the sports marketing. That was part of our tactic as well. So earlier this year, we did meet with the GM at the airport and his team who are tasked to hit that task force. So we've been referred to the members of that committee and we'll be a part of that as well since we're Airport City.
Okay, yeah, I'm excited about that too. The second question, follow up if you don't mind. Just out of curiosity, is there any way that we can measure some of the impact of Airbnbs or I should say short-term leasing, how it comes from hotels and stuff? Have you seen any? Can you elaborate on that, how it affects the hotel industry?
Area what?
Airbnbs.
So Airbnbs. So yes, I actually speak on this in national conferences anyway. It's.
Lean into the mic for me.
I
Yeah.
apologize.
Thank
So,
you.
Yes. I won't say that there's not an impact. The impact, and I'll be forthright, a lot of people, it's a lot more doom and gloom than it actually is. If you look at the actual percentages, it's there. It's a small player in the global landscape, but it's there, something to be aware of. We don't change our entire focus and our entire strategy off of it. In fact, there's just as much bad press from Airbnb as there is good press from Airbnb. It presents a lot of consistency problems. I myself have stayed in 3 this past year where there was cameras inside the apartment that I had to go and unplug literally. So that is very commonplace. It's in all of the news now as far as the different problems that you find and feel. Consistency is a big thing, but also travelers are, quite frankly, they're looking for their frequency points as well. As they stay with these larger organizations between Marriott, Hilton, or Intercontinental Hotels Group, usually the 3 dominant ones. And I'm a franchisee of all 3. So I watch the space, but it's not that it's not there. Sometimes it might be a larger concern for the city with regards to taxation, depending on the jurisdiction that we're talking about. But from our focus, it's nothing. It's just be aware and continue on, but it doesn't really change our focus.
Again, great presentation. Thank you for the answer. I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you again.
Thank you. I don't have a long list of questions, but just some comments I want to make. First of all, Neil, I hope your dad, I don't know if he's still with us, but if he is,
Yes.
tell him I said hello.
I will,
Enjoy it.
certainly.
One of the things I noticed in that, there was a little short clip that I was standing in with Mr. Mayor. I remember that particular presentation. We were talking to a lot of hotelers outside, and I brought up that whole concept of being prepared for college commencement. And I remember the facial looks I got from a few people, like, what are you talking about, kind of thing. Well, when commencement at Morehouse is so large, I prefer to watch it on television because I can't get within 2 or 3 miles of the campus. And the student body, the graduating class is about half of what the student body was when I was there. Might have been less than when you came after me. But the real key point here is overnight stays. I took a quick glance at some budget information here, and I can see we're getting back up to what we used to be before COVID.
Right.
But you got to get the rooms filled. I don't care where the people come from. Just get the room filled. And then my last comment is, because my wife has figured out how to find money in my house, I'm still looking for it. I have been at the international terminal in the last 3 years more than I have in my entire life. And I'm always amazed at the number of people who are leaving when I go to pick my wife up with some type of local paraphernalia, t-shirt or something along that line. And I'm looking to see if it says East Point on there. I'm kind of surprised sometimes when I do see that. Location is everything, like you're saying, but I think it all helps. So the fact that we're focusing on the international market, I think is very smart.
Yeah.
That we also realize you don't actually have to have an ongoing event where people are having a party. Just have a business trip. Just have somebody who's coming here looking for a place to do a festive thing. It still fills up the room. And as long as we keep filling up the rooms and you keep building motels that we can continue to fill up the rooms, I think the cities are going to benefit from that in the long run. And I'm just saying all this to say, I at least understood some of the stuff you talked about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment?
Just to go back, I'll just address what you said for a quick second. First, one of the first cities to ever been promoted in the Atlanta airport, period. That city at that time, the CVB president for that city was Chantel. So she did it first, and then now you see a lot of different between Covington and Fayetteville, and you see a few different ads there. She's been there. I'm trying to say this because I'm asking her not to. The director of marketing for the airport is also a friend of our former DMO, so our 5 or 6 calls have gone unanswered, and now we've actually been able to usurp that person, and now we're in initiating talks, now having to usurp the marketing department, which was not our goal, not what we would have wanted to do. We were trying to work, catch more flies with honey is what we're trying to do. But that was something, it's been a restrictor and a barrier, but it's one that I think that we'll be able to overcome in this next year.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And also, thank you for your presentation. I just had a couple of questions that I wanted to ask you guys. So do you guys have any type of, is it software, something that you have that tracks the increase in the hotel sales through your efforts? So is there any way that, just from the things that you do?
We do, absolutely. And that system, it's a CRM called Tempest. It's a system that's used throughout CVBs. We're onboarding that right now. It also works alongside with the website and online in our hotels, so that all of the RFPs that we just showed you, it tracks all of that, so that going forward, we'd be able to spit those out as reports. And it'll also track why it was lost, which is mentioned before. Most of the times, not most of the times, all the time that we've lost business here is because of space and the class of rooms. That's the only reason, but mostly number one, space. So we really do need to have a convention center that's inside of East Point, because it's a shame that we're losing all of those dollars because we don't have space. I'm able to attract the business. I'm able to get the group to come and say, yes, we want to do it. But then the space that we do have is already booked, and then there's nothing available, or it's just not large enough. So that's definitely something we need to look at.
Okay, and let's see, my next question is, what is your role with regards to attractions or improvements to the city? For example, I know since I've come on, I know they've talked about doing some improvements to the auditorium, Old City Hall. So, and I see the breakdown, with the TPD and all that
Right.
stuff. So how does that work?
Well, it does not work with us. We don't hold, those funds are with the city. So you guys have to decide how you want to utilize that, and for the reasons listed under the qualifying TPD.
Okay, and the next question. I know when I looked at the losses that you guys had, a lot of them were saying the quality of the room. So I guess this will be to you as a hotel owner. So how do you remedy that situation? I mean, I know we talked, you mentioned a convention center. I know, so the Homes 2 Suite, is that the one at Camp Creek that you're?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay.
my home 2 Suites is off of Bobby Brown Parkway, right across from the Hampton Inn and Suites, and right there by the Hilton Garden
I'm
Inn.
tracking. I know
All 3 of
exactly
those
where you are.
hotels I
Okay.
built.
So with regards to, I know this, in the column for losses, it was the quality of rooms. So what are you as a?
I just want to add before he answers that, thankful for us, none of them were his properties, but.
Okay.
You know what, on that note, let me also say that all of the business that we have booked for the city of East Point, I want to go on record to let you guys know that none of those pieces of business are at my hotel. So I don't want you to think that I'm sliding things. I don't want any perception out there ever to be that I'm sliding things towards hotels that I already own. Not one piece of business, not one group are at my hotels. So first, we got to do this very carefully. I think first and foremost, when I speak to hotel owners, which frankly, they just haven't been in this room, and they're national characters as well. People that I go to conferences with 6 to 8 times a year, dear friends of mine for a few decades. The first thing was first, they didn't feel like they were getting what they were supposed to with the former DMO. So the connection has been broken at that point with what the spend was, what it was for, where did their money go, and why is there no return? So I think the first thing was to bridge that gap, just to be able to say, hey guys, I'm one of you. I'm not booking it at my hotel. I'm trying everything I know with every market and segment. I think, if I may be so bold right now to even interrupt myself to say, can you clap if you are even slightly proud of what has transpired just this year with all the limitations that we have had? So from that perspective, I say that for the first time, I feel very proud. I feel darn near bulletproof to stand in a room full of hotel owners to say, here's what we are doing. Now, there's a couple of things. We have 17 hotels. As you guys know, a number of those hotels aren't really going to get the group business that we are trying to go after, especially at the rates that we're trying to go after as well. So I think that the conversation will end up being, I hope to God, not too lengthy, but at the same time, Rome wasn't built in a day. We're going to have to figure out certain things for the beautification of these properties as well. Low-hanging fruit. I'll just say that there is low-hanging fruit opportunity that I think I might be able to carry and set that stage and that conversation with more validity than others have in the past. I don't know why, but there's no CVB chairmen in the state of Georgia that are actually hotel owners. So I'm sitting here trying to think about how much of our funds get expended, where those go. I believe first and foremost to find the low-hanging fruit opportunities. I believe that there's some share there for some of these hotels. There's also some share there for the city itself, not for the hotels, but for beautification opportunities within the city. When we give people tours of this city to try to attract them to these hotels, there are some, what I would consider politely, just low-hanging fruit of some key markers. Some of those, East Point downtown area is very famous. There's a lot of road splits. Well, where the road splits, that little triangular piece, we're not taking advantage of that right now. I don't mean for marketing, just for beautification, just to be able to add some of those color pops in, more flags and branding along the light poles, better lighting possibly. And then, you know what, it's going to be a little bit of an exchange to find out what the business district would like to see in the future and what the hotels would like to be able to see in the future, working with the city in concert. But for the first time, we're not doing this. I'm not doing this for selfish reasons. I don't get a penny out of this thing. So really, I have proven myself to be here longer than most of the people who are in politics here. So to put that money in, I believe still in this city. And I still think that it's remarkable topographically and geographically how lucky we are to be able to have this one airport, because it's impossible, it's incalculable to have this airport be dethroned in the next 75 to 100 years. So we've got a lot to push for being right there. I just think that there's some low-hanging fruit. We're not talking about extending budgets or asking for more or raising anything else. We're just, maybe perhaps we can start working a little bit in concert together for a little bit of beautification within the city. We can start working and having conversations with these private owners to try to convince them for maybe there's some beautification processes there. Maybe there's some incentives that we might be able to work in with the lesser hotels that might not be able to afford it yet, but we don't want eyesores. But for the first time, I feel like this, again, I've been here for 25 years. This is the first time I feel like the dialogue is open and the pathway is open for that communication to happen. So we're really excited about that opportunity.
Thank you. 2 more.
Sure.
I think you kind of referenced something about the relationship with the previous DMO and as far as like doing advertisements in the airport. Because I mentioned before when I was at baggage claim and they had on the, right at the terminals. I saw Douglasville and Covington, so I thought that would be a good idea. But the thing is, I need to figure out how we're supposed to be able to communicate with you all when there are ideas or things like that. So I know you said either to speak
Yeah.
with Darren or to email you. So I just want to make sure that I do get your contact information, but that is one of the
Yeah.
things that,
I'd like to address that because I'm glad you mentioned that you saw Douglasville, because actually that was something I did when I was at Douglasville. And I created a tourism promo video and brokered an agreement with Hartsville to have that video shown on every single CNN screen within the airport. And I was able to do that based on the relationships that I have built over the years, and it was for $0. They no longer do that. They have a new system in place. We met with the GM earlier this year and talked about advertising, met with the head of advertising for the airport. So that's something that we're already in talks with and looking forward to doing. So that is on the agenda.
and the last thing, I don't know, are the ties with is he still I'm sorry, Mr. King, is he still the liaison with East Point and the CVB, or?
He is our ex
So there was-
officio.
Okay, because I'd heard that the ties were severed or something, or some sort of letter, or there was a vote or something that was done. So I'm just trying to get some clarification on that. It's not.
I got a lot of words to say about Mr. King.
It's not true, it's not.
No, as far
Okay.
as, no, we're still in great communications with him, and,
Okay, that's fine.
and everything's
Just a question.
fine. And then to your previous question, for people who have known me for 25 years, I'm sorry, for people who have known me for 25 years, guys, I'm really easy to speak to. I have no problems having these conversations. This is always a two-way street. The thing that I pride myself most about as a CEO or a businessman in my entire life is I'm very, very collaborative. I love it. I enjoy it. And I think that the idea exchange is fantastic. And while I've been here for 25 years, everyone has massive perspectives here that I look forward to and enjoy those conversations. But I'm a lot easier to talk to than you would think. So yeah, please feel free, email me. If you want to go through Darren, then that's fine, or email me directly. And I'd be more than happy to have these conversations with you. No problems.
Okay, well, I want to thank you for the presentation. Thank you for being open, having that open door policy. Because before, I don't know if it was how I perceived this whole, this venture here. It was an arm's length type thing. So, I mean, I'm glad that we are able to at least have a conversation. I mean, because there's some, some ideas or some things that, that maybe we would like to see for the city. And if we could have those conversations. So I just appreciate you, being open.
No, absolutely.
guys
You
for
won't find you'll find an open door. You'll find no ego. So at the end of the day, I really look forward to it. I feel honored to have this opportunity. I feel honored to be able to work and promote for my peer and associate hotels. Again, this is a love affair that I've had with this city, and a belief that I'm a repeat offender over and over again to come back. So I'm very happy to do it, and I feel very honored to do it. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm not selling any of my assets, and we still got 100 years to go on this airport. So, let's do it to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. My question is for either one of you. Thank you. Regarding, I think I brought this up a couple of weeks ago. ETA on the website and social media presence. I think I've had a few of my Ward D residents inquire about having more of a robust presence online regarding both the website and the social media platforms.
Okay, in regards to the social media, as you saw in the presentation, we have had tremendous communications and activations on social media. The website is a different part of the whole thing. We're brand new, and keep in mind, when I say brand new, meaning that we were under the umbrella of a DMO before, where East Point was not branded. It was under an umbrella of the airport DMO. So we're right now, we've just contracted with the RFP for a branding agency. So we're in a branding exercise as we speak. And usually you want to brand and have your website be done simultaneously instead of going ahead just with the website without the look, the feel of the brand. That's happening right now. If you sign on right now, you'll see a draft of it. It's live right now for you to take a look at. But the agency is currently working on building out all of the several different pages. It's not just like a regular website. This is a very in-depth website with a destination with hundreds of pages behind it. So we're looking to do that and make sure that we do it strategically and it falls in line with the brand. We're having to come up with a logo at the same time and able to brand the city strategically along with the website. So all of the other social media pieces, we have been very active and having great engagement with the numbers that we shared with you and with the influencers involved as well.
Okay, so the CVB
Yes,
will have its
I
own
did-
logo.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The CVB will have its own logo, is what you're saying?
Yes, they're working
Okay.
on branding logo and website, a full brand.
Okay.
Yeah, for the city. And the developers are actually from East Point. So we're happy that they're from the city, they know the city, and they'll be reaching out to talk with folks within the city as yourselves to kind of get what your thoughts are for the future and will you see East Point and talking with some of the historians within the city as well to understand what we are branding. We also have another executive of the Four Points Hotel that's here as well that just wanted to say something to you regarding the work of the DMO. Iris? This is Iris Lee.
Yeah, come forward. I'm gonna have Councilmember Butler go while she's coming forward. Go ahead, Councilmember Butler.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chantal, for your nice presentation. I always know that you and your team did a lot of work, but today it's really surprising to see we all come a long way since February this year, right? Thanks for inviting me over here. As the owner representative for the Four Points by Sheraton, we feel very honorable to be part of the city, and we are always open door to any supportive activity we can have for from our hotel. I know we have been open doors for Chantal and the team in the past, and we'll keep doing this going forward. And I'm just like this gentleman here, I'm open door as well. So please feel free to let me know anything we can help as a hotel or personal wise. I'm happy to hear. Happy here to help to be helping City of East Point to be a better city, to be more attractive for the travelers in Georgia, in Canada, from all over the world. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me before she leaves.
Oh,
Well-
yes, sure.
Well, since you're here, I'll start with you. Thank you so much. My colleague and I have a lot of events at the Four Point Sheraton, and we've always had a warm welcome. Councilwoman Gordon, what's the young lady's name who left? She was tremendously helpful, and I know she moved, I think, with her husband.
Serena?
No,
Yes.
not Zarina. It was Jamila.
Jamila,
from
yes,
Jamila.
Jamila, yeah.
She was great. So we
Thank you.
got great service, and I just wanted to say that publicly. Thank you so much.
And we'll keep doing so going forward.
Yes, and I would like to say to Ms. Francois, merci très bien présentation. Merci. And so thank you very much. I do appreciate, Mr. Shaw, when you spoke of Ms. Francois and your glowing recommendation, this was in the very beginning. You know, you said you had someone that you were very excited about. I can see all of the hard work. This is the first time we've had this type of custom representation. And I guess I do have a question for you, and it's very brief so we can move on. Ms. Francois and I have spoken that I think maybe the type of star hotel is needed here in East Point, something with a larger blueprint, maybe a bigger area. Is that something that we're looking towards the future, and how do we do that? And
I know our mayor is. We've had this conversation as well. So here's the thing. I can get any franchise and I can build anything. It's right now, it's the cost of capital and where we're getting the capital as well. Cost of construction is a little bit, but you know what? we know interest rates are high, but these things take 2 years just to figure out the entitlements and the smoothest path to move forward beyond having concept meetings and then actually being able to construct. Hopefully in that time, we might be a little closer. Before the past 5 rate hikes from the Fed, we were speaking very, very astutely about how to be able to capture something, might even be able to get something up out of the ground executed by FIFA. That was our original intention. But then cost of capital and the interest rates of now new construction, where in hotels is over 10%. So, where it was 4.5% just a few years ago or a couple of years ago. So I'm finding personally, it's very difficult from my personal funds to justify that things to paper anymore. It's just very difficult to do that right now. But I think that if we had the right funding, certainly I've already on the mayor's behalf, I'd called both Marriott and Hilton, and I still have franchise availability there. I know I can get anything from IHG. I have the closest property to IHG headquarters over at Ravinia. So I know that these are the possibilities that what we could do.
But what brand and how many rooms do you think could be needed if we had favorable economic terms?
So I would
be like
default to a
4-star?
feasibility study, but I will tell you this, that a feasibility study before you do the low-hanging beautification that's needed in the city is going to be different from the feasibility after as well. So I would still probably, to be safe, like saying I'm not an attorney, it's sort of like I'm not a feasibility guy specifically, but if I was going to do something, I tell you, it's difficult to get things to paper when you're building over 150 rooms. At that point, you have other retail outlets and other potential loss leaders as well with regards to convention spaces. Some of the convention spaces that can paper for a hotel from a lending standpoint, an underwriting standpoint, is different from the space that the city actually needs. Right now, we have been, by de facto promoting the Legacy Center, which is another private organization. Happy to do it, proud to do it. But again, as she noted, if there are a few groups already booked, suddenly the entire center becomes a little bit restrictive for the larger groups that we're looking to pull here. So, but yes, in the future, potentially 150 plus or minus rooms, several thousand square feet of convention space. Honestly, I mean, something here to be able to trademark what downtown is. Maybe the accessibility to MARTA would help. There's a bunch of opportunity that we have. But those are my preliminary thoughts without, again, I'd be more than happy to sit and banter with you as to what our ideas could be, but I want to make sure that I temper my time with reality and what's probably able to be done as well in the time.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you all so much for a very thorough presentation and for the hyper focus. I see our mayor coming forward. The hyper focus on East Point, the singular focus. I think that's Councilmember Butler mentioned this is the first time ever that we've been a part of something that was only focused on East Point. And I think that's made the difference. And the work speaks for itself. If you don't mind, I would like to make sure that this slide presentation is available online attached to this agenda item, because I know there's been a lot of conversation and questions and misinformation out there. So I want to make sure that the facts are somewhere permanently that people can access them and share them and read them. And also the feasibility study. I'm going to turn it over to Mayor, but I want to come back to that piece as we wrap up to talk about how we think that should be done and what should we be doing around it. Hi, Mayor.
All right. Before I hand over to the mayor, I just want to say in closing, first of all, thank you all for having us to come and present. But I just wanted to reiterate again the importance of our landscape and the beautification for the city. I've had groups where we took them on a site, and when they got to the hotel entrance, they wanted to turn around. So we've spoken to the hotels about that experience. So, but we don't want it to be a city experience, which is why we've agreed to adopt and invest into the site on Virginia Avenue So we're hoping to use that as a marketing piece, but we need your support in carrying that on throughout the city, so that when we say we are where the world meets, we need it to actually showcase that. It's such a competitive industry. It's discretionary travel. People can choose in groups, as you know, wherever they want to go. So like I say, based on relationships, I can get them here. But then once they get here and they see what we have to offer, there's nothing more I can do with that without your support. So if we can have that, we definitely continue to be successful. And with the build of a convention center, just to give us more space, we will be winners on that. Thanks.
The Honorable Mayor and members of the East Point City Council, I just want to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to get some clarity for this whole situation. I've enjoyed serving on this committee along with my colleague, Mr. Johnson here, who has been the city, not the city manager, the attorney for the city for years. He's an East Point resident, is still a resident as I am. But we're just so happy with your interest because as I hear the questions, I'm sure that you're going to be working with us from now on. And I'm just impressed with this person. She's done all of this really by herself, because it's been very difficult with staffing. And I think now you're fully staffed.
Last week.
So everything that you saw really came from one or two people. So let's give her another hand, please. So again, thank you. And we want you probably to think of a way that you can meet with us regularly to get your interest, because I heard a lot of what you said, what you were interested in, and a lot of that didn't come up tonight. So I want to hear it because I'm sure you've got some good ideas. So thank you again, and thank you.
So to the point of meeting regularly, I know you said the contract says twice a year. Maybe we should have quarterly presentations from the DMO. I think that would be helpful. And then the feasibility study regarding a hotel and meeting space. Which entity should do that? Should that be something that the city? I know we had an update to our transit-oriented development plan from downtown from 2012 that talked about a hotel and meeting type space or retail at the MARTA station in this area. That was updated, I think, in 2017. And so should we be looking to get another update to that from a city perspective? Because I know that's going to be key as we have conversations regarding how we continue to develop downtown space to create some opportunities downtown for, if we're gonna, renovate our auditorium and we have so much filming going on, to ensure that there's a place for people to stay and be entertained in our downtown area. So would you recommend, because council will have to decide, do you recommend that we maybe look at updating our TOD, doing another update? I think it was 2012. Then we updated in 2017. So there's something there that we can, and then of course there was COVID, right? So like after the last update, we went through COVID and we haven't updated that since. Or should there be something specifically around the feasibility of a hotel in our downtown center area of the city, and which would be more expeditious, because we do need to get something to kind of continue having different conversations.
I'll let our chairman speak to that, as we've supported those questions to you in the past, but he'll have more expertise there.
So 2 points. One, and I don't mean to insult any possible appraisers in the room, but there's a joke about appraisals that it's MAI appraisals made as instructed. I believe that feasibility studies can also be very similar in the fact that the environment was different in 12 and 13 and again in 17. And I think for the fee of an update to someone who already had a particular linear trajectory for this report, I don't feel that an update would be the wise way to go. I feel like redoing a feasibility study is something that the city needs to consider doing. and moving from there. I think that, I mean, I would love to help and be part of the development for the scope of work, and also make sure that they're taking, you know, other growth factors into consideration when doing it. And also potential infrastructural opportunity might look different now than was back then. So I would consider possibly doing that. Again, I'd be more than happy to help out. And as to speak to an earlier point with regards, I'm just giving you a businessman's perspective. It's not that I don't want you guys to have quarterly updates, but what I feel would be much more beneficial, honestly, is if we could do updates maybe biannually, but quarterly, perhaps we meet in a smaller session so that we can actually bounce ideas. I don't want it to be a one-way presentation over and over again. With the level of years of experience right here, I just think that it would be best that we can throw spaghetti at the walls. I'm great at that. That's fine. Then we can harness in whatever ideas stick, and then we can move. We're going to need your staunch help and support to move those ideas forward. So I would be more interested in meeting, not just privately, meeting one-on-one, but however we come together, however you guys can make it happen, to where there's an opportunity for us to speak freely in a room and just, like I said, pardon the cliche, but throw spaghetti at the walls and let's see what actually is material. I think that more work would come out of that than a one-way presentation. It's my opinion.
We are definitely open to that. We'd have to do a special call meeting though, because when all of us are together doing that, and we can have special call meetings at different locations. So it doesn't necessarily have to be here. We just have to
What if I
notice
just
it to the
happen to
public.
invite all you to coffee? Is that all right?
Huh?
What if I just happen to invite all you to coffee?
Yeah, if 6 of us show up, one has to leave.
No,
and
that's
then-
fine. You guys set
Yeah,
the
but
rules
we
and the
can-
determinations. All
um,
I'm saying is I want a two-way street. I want a lot of collaboration, and I'm just not wired that way to think that I have even 2% of the ideas that are in this room. So I'd love to be able to see what else can materialize from this, and what you guys would also be able to push forward in your positions as well. So I'd love that opportunity.
And I think we're definitely open to it as well. We'll just figure out how to structure it. I mean, we have retreats, we have other things. We just have to make it open to the public, meaning the public can come and hear and listen to what we're doing while we're there. And so that's definitely something we can do. The feasibility study does count. Is there any objection to putting on the consent agenda, authorizing the city manager to release is a request for proposal for a feasibility study? Anybody have an objection to that? So, Madam Deputy City Clerk, we'll put that on consent for Monday.
May I ask a question?
Mhm.
Is there anything on the city's agenda with regards to a feasibility study for, again, like the low-hanging fruit of beautification? If a firm was brought in, a third-party firm, to sort of kind of analyze the city and figure out, I just think that moving budgets around in large scale, these are like moving mountains. But I'm just saying there's low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
for just
The city
reallocating.
manager and our public works director and sanitation, like they've been having coordinated meetings around city beautification. We've talked about our gateways and making sure that those are kept up. And so I think
I may suggest a third-party view as well, just for somebody who does these regularly for cities even across the nation. I don't care if it's Gary, Indiana, but people have done this for larger cities. I'm just saying, again, I'm not frivolous with our budget. I'm not frivolous with anybody's dollar. It doesn't
so.
matter
You're
who it
recommending
is.
a feasibility study on. So one is the market feasibility study around our
That's
downtown
for a
area.
hotel development. That's one thing. I think for, again, low-hanging fruit for city as an opportunity, that would be great, to be able to see that level of beautification.
No, but I'm
And
saying,
then
what specifically are you recommending?
perhaps a little bit of a street, and it's funny, I get to see these things from the CID's perspective, and so I don't want to call out any specific organization.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying what type of proposal. So one is going to be on the consent agenda for a request for a proposal around a feasibility study around our downtown and hotels. We'll figure out the language of that. There's no objection. So that's going to be on consent. I'm asking you not for a vendor, But what other study are you recommending while we have our staff who are working collaboratively through cross departments around beautification? And I mean, there's been a lot of talk about that. And I think I agree with you. There's low hanging fruit, and I think there's things that we can already do. I know our public works director is already engaging third party vendors to help with some of the cleaning. So I don't know that we need another study around that. I think it's the conversation maybe with you all and staff that is working around beautification of the city to see what that plan is and kind of help provide input around that low hanging fruit.
Yeah, I think, again, these are one of those things where we're going to end up throwing spaghetti at the walls and seeing what sticks. So I believe that that is the case. I'm always a proponent of third-party objective views, somebody who's not tied to the city, who's not have eyes that are used to the same things, and having somebody else come in and getting just a balanced perspective. You can call it a study, you can, pay $1 million for a study. I'm just saying that just a balance of that perspective is very, very important. And I think we should bring that in and be open for it as well.
So I see Mr. Reeves talking to Ms. Francois, and so we'll revisit this at our January work session, but I think we need to get the other feasibility going.
Perfect.
Thank you all so very much.
No, thank you guys for your patience. Thank you so, so much. I'm sorry.
I didn't see your light. I'm sorry, Councilmember Bailey. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add to what you were saying, because I actually have been in conversation with the city manager, Public Works, about beautification efforts. So I hear what you're saying, like even facelifts of buildings, just to modernize some of our buildings. So when we talk about beautification, it's deeper than just making sure the streets are clean and flowers, but like different lighting so that it's more modernized, and you're just giving a facelift with the whole city. So having a third party to come in to give another take on how we can beautify the city would be great. I attended a conference, and I can't remember the name of the city, but they did a great job in terms of utilizing the space, and it just wasn't even that costly. Just how the roads were created, even just a big facelift. So I hear exactly what you're saying, like curb appeal in our city is basically what you're suggesting.
And plus, remember, every person that we're meeting with is a fresh set of eyes that hadn't been here before.
Right, exactly.
And so we're getting that perspective as well. Now, they're not going to insult us or anything like that, but we're seeing what they're seeing and saying, ooh, we could fix
I
that.
understand
It's
what
not
you're
so
saying.
bad. We could
I
fix
understand
that
that request.
and move forward. But
Thank you for
still,
that.
this is all on a positive spin. I want you to understand.
Yes,
All
no,
of this is
absolutely.
just fantastic
Right.
opportunity for us in the future.
So is there any objection to, we'll figure out what the language is by working with the DMO between this today and next Monday, putting on the consent agenda, directing the city manager to do a study around beautification. We'll call it that now, and then we can have it on the consent. Anybody object to that? Okay, so we'll work on those two this week. Thank you so much.
Lastly, very last, I just wanted to go back to the slide because you were talking on this. This is where we are now with the beautification of the Virginia Avenue sign. So just wanted to make sure everybody's okay with the signage that I mentioned that will go up where visitors and tourists will
So
go.
I think this is a further conversation. Like, just send us,
Okay.
I don't know if this is actually it or if there's something else, but I
Okay,
think there's a way to be collaborative on that.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All righty. There was no objection to it, so you can note that. So, yeah, nobody is objecting to that. Next up is audit and financial update. Mr. King, do we have anything regarding, I know, although council approved the forensic audit firm on October 2nd, I didn't receive the contract for the forensic audit firm to engage them until November 29th, and I signed it the same day. So do we have any updates of where we are with the forensic audit? Where are we with the fiscal year 2022 audit? I see I'm assuming on the agenda we have audit and services for fiscal year 2023. So we need an update around the audits, the forensic audit, the insurance recovery or appeal as it relates to the funds that are still out. Any updates regarding the criminal investigation as it relates to that as well?
All right, Mayor, let's start with the audit first. First, the audit and the finance team are presently working on the FY22 audit, and the goal is completion this month. The auditor will be here on Monday, December 18th, to give a report on FY21 as well as FY22. Also, staff is preparing for providing recommendations today for action on RFP 2024-1844 for auditing services for FY23. I wanted to bring that up so he can take care of all this at one time. Also, the finance team has a meeting set for tomorrow, I believe, with the forensic auditor, and they have Cynthia Hammond, who's serving as the contact for our finance team. So that meeting is taking place tomorrow. And then also budget amendment number 2 is due to increases in revenues, and that'll be some details that will be talked about by the deputy finance director here. It's Mr. Shannon Golden. Also, as far as the appeal process, travelers, we're waiting to hear from them on that process. I'm going to have a meeting with our city attorney and Ms. Iris tomorrow and talk about where we stand with that. And I was going to see if Chief is here. Chief, I don't see Chief Buchanan. Yeah, is he up there? Have him come in for a second, please. And that's where we are on those items, but I can have him give some details. And I've got Shannon Golden here, can give some details on the 4 previously mentioned items that we just discussed, Madam Mayor. I'd like to, if it's okay with you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull up those other items since we got the RFP.
I was just looking at the tab and tab, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
So that was item number.
Shannon, pull that information up. Pull that information up on tab and tab. You recommend. Chief.
Right. Where's the auditing services? Oh, 29.
Yeah, I think it's number 29, Madam Mayor and Council. And budget amendment. What number is budget amendment?
So let's just stay on one thing right now.
Okay.
Which is the audit and financial update.
Okay, Chief.
After we have this, no, Chief, there's a criminal component to that.
Okay.
And then you're talking about moving 28 and 29 to have that discussion. And we can do that. This is on the agenda monthly for us to get an update. So I hear that you're meeting with Ms. Jessie tomorrow and the insurance people tomorrow. But the purpose is for us to be able to have an update tonight, monthly, around where we are with that. Recovery of those funds is critical, and what's plan A, B, and C. And so that was the purpose of the night. I guess maybe we get an update on Monday about that, because that's important. Chief, as it relates to the criminal aspect of this, or the criminal investigations, Secret Service, District Attorney, you have any updates from that? I think the last month you indicated they were about to indict 6 people from the Secret Service perspective.
So yes, first of all, good afternoon, good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. The same as last month, the Secret Service about to indict 6 people. I reached out to the District Attorney's office. They just advised me they're still investigating. They will not give any pertinent information.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
So there's a meeting on the forensic audit tomorrow. I signed the contract on November 29th, so that's about 2 weeks. Do we have a tentative time plan on the forensic audit? Like, I wasn't anticipating it was going to take about 2 weeks to just have the first meeting after the contract was signed and after council approved it on October the 2nd. So do we have an update on the timeline on the forensic audit? Or if not, when can the vendor come to a council meeting to share that with us? Because that's important. And then, Mr. King, you wanted to go ahead and do 28 and 29 29 is for the fiscal year 2023 audit. I see we received proposals from Malden and Jenkins, PJC Group, and Tab, and staff is recommending Tab, who's the company that's doing our FY21 and FY 2022, also do the FY23 audit. So you wanted to bring staff up on that one. And then the fiscal year 2023 year-end budget amendment number 2. So, Mr. King, I'm not sure if you're gonna provide that or if you want somebody from finance to come at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate that very much. I'm gonna have Shannon give a little detail as relates to the solicitation. Also, I've got Dermot Lawrence, our interim contract procurement director, who can talk about the solicitation itself. But yeah, they're ready to recommend a particular vendor for the process. And so I'll have them tell you a little bit about that. And starting out with Shannon, talk a little bit about what exactly, who was, as the mayor mentioned, and the tabulations, and then Dermot, you could answer that question as well as far as recommendations.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. As the city manager said, we had 3 vendors that were part of the RFP. We made our recommendation for Mr. Tab, and I have Mr. Lawrence here that will give a little bit more information on that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Correction on the terminology of made recommendation. The evaluation was done, and after the cumulative votes, points, Tab won with 85 total points for the solicitation itself. The cost for that will be, they're coming in at $150,000 for that. So after if you all were to approve them, then they would come with the engagement letter with that $150,000, and then we'll move for you all to move forward with the engagement letter and then go for it as a date is assigned by finance.
Renee?
I'm going to make it real quick. I looked at the package that you gave us and the auditors that you presented. Tab, the audit that we receive, I don't know if anybody could understand it or read it. And all of us are trained, well professionals up here. And what we received from them on our 2021 audit was not clear. We couldn't understand it. And I'm talking about all of us are professionals. I looked at the group that came in, PJC, I think the people are. And then we looked up who they represent. Their clients are municipalities and governmental entities that they have served for a long time. And they are 2 points shy of Tab. I don't know how that was a balance. And I'm just being clear, that what we received from Tab, and I've taken it to CPAs to take a look at it, and they were confused. We didn't get the answers. We didn't get any answers from the 2021. It was just not clear where we need to improve, where we need to make better decisions, where we are growing, where we are better at, where our best practices. None of that was in that audit. And it was really like just a bunch of government words. So my recommendation would be PJ and C, and I'm dyslexic because I could be saying it wrong, PJ and C. My recommendation would go with them. I looked up their reputation, and I looked at who their clients were and how long they have been serving those clients. And I looked up some of their reviews as well. And so I as a council, we had said that we would select the auditors that come in. I appreciate y'all bringing this to us, but I don't know if y'all were able to read it or make sense of it, because nobody's been able to come down and break it down to us and say, this is what it is, this is what we need to improve upon. And maybe when he comes back next Monday, Mr. Tab and Tab, he'll be able to give us a better understanding of what's in the report, because it truly was not clear. So, and I yield, Madam Mayor.
And Councilmember Cook.
As you are reviewing for the new audit firm, because the one that we just used for fiscal year 21, if I'm not mistaken, basically dissolved. You shake your head if I'm correct, or they're not in the business or whatever. Okay?
No.
For fiscal year 21,
So it was, you're talking about RBG, but they didn't give us the final report. So then we brought Tab and Tab in to give the final report, and we got like a 3 or 4 page document that doesn't really have a lot of findings in it. And they're working on fiscal year 2022. So
All right.
Tab and Tab, my understanding is they're still in existence.
all right, let's back up a second. With the audit firm that has done a final, the finals have been done for what particular year right now? Only fiscal year 21.
That's correct.
All right. Were we able to take those findings and have a final financial report generated so that the auditing firms that we're counting on reviewing us, Moody's and, okay, so we don't have a CAFRA yet.
No, we do
For
have an
21.
annual financial report. We do have an annual financial report.
A comprehensive financial.
It's
statement,
an annual financial report, yes.
It hasn't, did we get it? I don't recall getting it.
Yes, we
got it.
provided copies to,
What's,
Oh, I wasn't here last.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
What's-
we did provide copies and
Okay.
they did.
what's missing from that particular report is a presentation of those findings that would probably also match the conclusions Moody's and Standard & Poor's would bring up. All right. And we've had that in the past traditionally.
Correct.
Even with the firm that you work for, all right? So that's one thing that's still on the agenda that the full council has not experienced yet, at least those who want to attend that. The next thing is where we are with fiscal year 22. And what, we're using a different audit firm for 22, correct?
No.
No.
It's Tab and Tab.
We use what now?
It's Tab and Tab.
Okay.
Same.
Now, let's make sure we don't get everybody confused. Tab and Tab is working on
They just
finishing up
finished
22.
They just finished 21 and they're working on 22.
Okay, that's the point I wanted to make, that they're the ones that finally wrapped up 21.
Correct. And they will provide a presentation or required communication to mayor and council on Monday.
Okay, and not that wild bunch that we had in here doing 21. All right, so the next thing to do is make sure that after every one of the reports, after every one of the audit findings, we have our response responding to those findings. Then we have the CAFRA, and we have a presentation of what the CAFRA is really saying for the council, not just finance division, but for the council, based on what our overall picture looks like.
Right.
And we need to have that done for both. We've done it for, except for the presentation for 21. Need to do the same thing for 22. Same thing for 23. In 6 months, we're going to be dealing with 24. All right. Now, with all of those, we're going to be changing audit firms. The new audit firms will come in during what particular year?
Are we going to have an RFP for 22?
So
Based on what the RFP is for.
they're recommending we stay with Tab and Tab for fiscal year 23.
Correct.
All right. And I take it if we do that, then the finance division sees some merit in doing that. Is that a correct assumption?
Yep.
Okay. All right, then I'm not sure I really understand what the this order is all about.
Well, let me try to help clear it up because I'm looking online. I know I missed the November 20th meeting. I didn't miss. There's been nothing put on my desk or in my mailbox. I checked my mailbox when I was coming here. And online, the last CAFR, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, when we call it CAFR, is from fiscal year 2020. FY 2021 is there, it's black, and it's not hyperlinked. When I click on the hyperlink to FY 2020, it takes me to a 230-page document for the CAFR. I haven't received that. Did the rest of the council receive that? A 230-page, like a large document?
I provided a hard copy of it, but I can get everyone a copy of that financial report.
So I've been in my office, like I didn't have a copy there, and there's not a copy in my mailbox. Did you, I mean, did I overlook it?
No, ma'am. I'll have you a copy as soon as possible.
So the FY 21 audit was a audit report from Tab and Good. When they come on Monday, that'll be a key piece for them to explain, because in looking at it, it didn't share much information, and we already had the previous presentation from the previous firm that had a lot of things that needed to be addressed that we have a monthly update on. So they'll be sharing with us an update or discussing that. What will their presentation include? Will it include FY 21 and FY 22 that initially we said would be done at the end of November? Now we're saying it's the end of December. So I'm hoping that that's the real timeline on that. What are they planning to share with us when they come on Monday? And then how are they sharing it? So there's an agenda item for auditing services that won't be on consent, with a recommendation for them to perform our FY 23 audit. You're saying they're coming to present, so is there going to be a presentation at the top of the agenda from the auditing company on the FY 21 and FY 2022 audits? Like, what are they preparing to come share with us?
They're preparing to provide a presentation on the closeout of FY 21. That's the required communication to mayor and council, governance and management. That will give you the findings that were done for the audit, as well as best practices, as well as recommendations going forward.
So they're going to give a presentation on FY 21 to close that out.
Correct.
They're also going to be prepared, because they're going to get questions, I'm sure, from me and others about where they are in their timeline on the FY 22, because that's also due. And then we'll be making the decision on FY 23. So the presentation will be a presentation at the top of the agenda around the FY 21 audit.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you'll work with the clerk to have that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the agenda item will still be the auditing services for FY 23.
Correct.
Got it. Councilmember Shropshire.
That's what I was gonna ask, if we can put it on the presentation, so it won't be at the bottom. It'll be the first thing on there. Okay.
After, and I guess then we moved update on policing as well, so we could probably have that second. So forensic audit, do you have any information on it, or is the vendor coming to a future council meeting to talk with us about what their process is going to be for the forensic audit?
I know that we're gonna have a kickoff meeting tomorrow morning. So once we get the details of that, we can provide that to you.
Do this, we'll put that on the agenda for when this comes back for our monthly presentation on audit and financial update in January, which will be the second Monday in January, which is January the 8th. I'd like for the vendor to be here to. Oh, or that's a good point. come December, Monday, December 18th, can they be here on December 18th to give us an update?
I can
The
check.
presentation?
I can check with them. see
Okay,
if they're
so we'll make
available.
that the second presentation, forensic audit update. If they're available, if not, we'll go to, January. The first one is that one. And then, the budget amendment. Fiscal year 2023 budget amendment number 2. Well, it's, item number 28, but it's called item number 2.
Madam Mayor and Council, this is a budget amendment to finish out FY '23. It's customary that we do a budget amendment at the end of the year because for audit purposes, as well as to close out the fiscal year. In this budget amendment, you will find that we have increases to our general fund of 4.1 million, increasing our revenues for the general fund.
Can you scroll up a little bit?
I'm sorry. All right. So we have increases to our general fund of 4.1 million. Most of that is a loss that we received more than what we budgeted for the fiscal year. For our hotel motel tax, we've received 1.3 million more than what we budgeted for the year. So we're increasing that, as well as with our solid waste, we're increasing that by 596 to cover operating costs there. With our capital projects, we had capital projects that we needed to cover for 798, 756. Camp Creek TAD, we had revenues there of 4.6 million. Our corridors TAD, 496, 970. 50 Worst, we had 100,000 more than what we budgeted. So we included 100,000 there and also include the expenses that relate to that. With our City Hall fund, we had received 89,000 of interest revenue, thus increasing that particular fund by 89,000 to 744,716. So in grand total, we're increasing our adopted budget for 2023 from 188,499.63 to 200,708,858.
I'll go ahead, Councilmember Cook, then Councilmember Renee.
Quick question, and I know we're on the accrual accounting system, but to get that much tax money from hotel motel tax, roughly about, what we're talking, 6 months after the fiscal year's ended?
Say that again?
We're receiving that additional tax money roughly about 6 months after the fiscal year has ended. Is that someone?
No, this is as of June 30, 2023. So once we receive all of our revenues, we also, you have to close out, we come into the closing out procedures. So for the hotel motel fund, we initially budgeted 4.2 million.
Mhm.
Well, we did a lot more revenue than that by 1.3 million. And as it relates to the hotel motel, you also have those related expenditures that you have to allocate to the various DMO and then unrestricted and restricted.
Okay, I think you answered my question. I just want to make sure I heard it right. We actually received this money in June?
We actually received that money during the year, but most of it, it varies every month.
Uh-huh.
And then in June, you don't receive that until like July, in the month of July. It's in arrears by 1 month. So June's revenues are not received until
Okay,
July.
what
July
I'm chewing after is the fact that we're now seeing it on the report. But I think what you did is you got the money, you held on to that, so you got some more money for other categories.
Correct.
So you wouldn't have to do a budget amendment every month.
Correct.
To include all the money you got. So you've gone probably what your strategy is. About 6 months after the end of this year, I've gotten everything I'm gonna get. I
Correct.
need to put it in that fiscal year that just closed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I'm going to be very brief. I guess the departments, it looks like a lot of your funding for the departments went into the general fund. And you decide, is there a breakdown? Because I didn't see a breakdown for like some of the departments. Am I not talking to the mic? Okay, so did you put a lot of your departments, the funding like permitting and planning, customer care, the movie industry, those kind of things, did you put them into the general fund and you didn't do a breakdown for the departments for us to see like what individual departments were bringing in? Is it all into the general fund? I guess that's the question.
Well, we have different categories of revenue. One is taxation, of course, licensing fees, and then you have miscellaneous as well as general government. With those departments, they're just aggregated up into, like miscellaneous or governmental or revenue.
Yeah, yes, sir. And so in this budget, I don't know am I overlooking anything? Is it anybody asking for anything? Any departments that are asking? This
No,
is just
ma'am.
to show the revenue that's coming in to amend the revenue.
Correct. And then also to close out the fiscal year 23
All right,
for
thank you, sir.
budget purposes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so since this is an ordinance, it'll need to go on the agenda for Monday. I don't know if finance has anything else on the agenda. So we will go to the, make sure the audit and financial update is on January 8th work session. Presentation, finance work review about a presentation on the FY21 audit, and then also a presentation on forensic audit update. If the forensic audit team is available for Monday, that would be great. If not, we'll do it in January. And now we'll move to classification and compensation study project summary.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I'll have Iris Jesse, our HR Director, come forward and give a brief presentation on this item. Iris.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Give me 1 second. Madam Mayor, members of council, the last time we were here on this subject, we had individuals here from Evergreen Solutions, and Council Member Renee brought up the question regarding the impact on the, and that we probably needed to consult with the pension board to get them to do an analysis on the overall impact, if there would be one. And I spoke with the executive director, Charlotte Cagle, who then spoke with the actuary. And the actuary said that since this was an administrative matter that only was going to impact a certain number of employees, that it wouldn't have an impact for a global study. So he didn't think it was necessary for that type of study that they would do if they were talking about maybe an increase to the pension, the multipliers. So I said all that to say that we went back to the information that was provided to us by Evergreen, and we've asked the finance department to take the 38.26% of the pension that is calculated for each employee and add $11,071 would be our average cost of benefits to the proposed salaries. And they're working on that currently. It was not completed in enough time for me to bring that information to you tonight. So that was one thing that we had hanging out that I was supposed to come back and talk with you about. Also, we discussed a compensation philosophy last time. You had a very in-depth and spirited conversation about the pay plan, compensation analysis, and everything that goes into that. And I mentioned to you that as a part of this study, and I think the consultants did too, Mr. Holcomb, stated that as a part of this, the city should develop a compensation philosophy that would guide you for the future. It's been quite a while since we did a study, and rather than having to go back every time to say, well, what should we do? Should we do all of the positions? Should we do some of the positions? What type of percentage? The compensation philosophy guides you. It sets out the principles that we will follow as a part of your compensation plans. So what I have tonight, I've drafted some highlights about a compensation philosophy, and I know you've had some long presentations and have a lot more to go. So I'll kind of move through this and give you an opportunity to study this and make whatever recommendations for inclusions or changes or what have you. But if we can go ahead and get started, what is a compensation philosophy? And I took this information. You do a strategic plan. And rather than just pulling information out of the air, I looked at the city's strategic plan to come up with your values, mission statement, and so forth, and included that in the compensation philosophy. So generally, compensation philosophy is a formal statement about your positions, about what we do about employee pay. It creates a framework for consistency. So we have some guiding principles. And employers use the compensation policy to attract, retain, and motivate employees. Some of the values that you identified in the strategic plan are transparency, engagement, achievement, and moving forward. So in considering these values, you also want to consider the company's financial position, size of the organization, the industry we're in, business objectives, market, salary information, recruiting challenges. And we had to go and consider a lot of that, or as Evergreen performed the study. So we would review this compensation philosophy periodically to make sure that we're keeping current with the market. Nobody could imagine the pandemic. Nobody could imagine that people would leave professions like they did and create or not return to their profession, go and do something else, and created market conditions where everybody was clamoring and competing for the same employees. So I mentioned the values. I also took the City of East Point's mission out of the strategic plan. And the City of East Point's mission is to provide exceptional city services that enhance the quality of life in the City of East Point. And again, considering the East Point values. To provide competitive, sustainable, and responsible compensation. Again, that is why you want to create a compensation philosophy. Compensation programs should aim to retain and attract high-skilled, high-performing staff capable of delivering the highest standards of public service to our community. You would consider pay and benefits. That's total compensation consisting of, but not limited to, direct compensation, your salary, indirect compensation such as health insurance, retirement, professional development, and time off benefits. It should consider competitive compensation, financial sustainability as reflected by the city's financial forecasts and revenue projections, competing service priorities, long-term liabilities, capital improvement, and other asset requirement, and fund reserve levels. Consideration will be given to relevant labor markets, internal relationships, unforeseen economic, regulatory, or service charges. And then finally, transparency, recognizing that taxpayers and ratepayers ultimately fund all employee compensation and deserve commensurate value from all of those who work for the city, which includes a disclosure of the components of workforce compensation, adequate advance notice of material policy changes to participate effectively in decision-making that affects city finances. The goal then would be to evaluate compensation structure, programs, and policies every 5 years to assess market competitiveness, effectiveness, and compliance with applicable state and federal law. So these are some components of a draft compensation philosophy for your consideration. As we continue to flesh out and complete the study, this is something that can help guide you in years to come when we have studies done in the future. So we still owe you the final cost analysis for the individuals who are included in the initial study. And as soon as Finance makes that available to us, I'll be able to provide that to you. Evergreen is also working on job descriptions. You all know that last time they presented that some of the positions have title changes to reflect the duties that employees are actually doing, and we'll have those available.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. So will that include, I think when we last talked, we talked about seeing the actual breakdown of the compensation and benefits by, I think we were looking at the hybrid approach.
Yes,
And we were
ma'am.
trying to decide between something and $20.
$17 and $20 an hour.
Right, and then whatever's in between. I think we were looking for like the sliding scale to actually specifically see what that would be. Is that what you're waiting for
Yes,
finance
yes,
on?
yes, ma'am. Finance has information based on $17 an hour and $20 an hour.
All right, so will that be available at our January work session?
I certainly hope so.
Okay, so we'll put classification and compensation, because we still need to make a decision on it as to what we're going to do. I know you all are recommending hybrid, but we haven't decided on whether it was going to be 17 or
Yes,
20
ma'am.
and needed more information to be able to make those decisions about what's in between. So January work session, I'll let the deputy city clerk know when she comes back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Update on transparency software for city expenditures, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. I will yield to the city manager for an update.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon. Maurice, go ahead, a brief update for that. We're at a point now where there was some additional pricing updates that Maurice had, and he can tell you what that is in terms of what we're going to be doing next. Go ahead, Maurice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we did the final phase of with OpenGov. What we did was they have what they call an end user license agreement, and I had that review with the city attorney, and we agreed that everything looks good. I wanted to make sure that the city's data and intellectual property was okay, and that our information would be good, and that we could get back our information if we needed it. So that's finalized. So OpenGov had a change in the price because we were doing this like 2 years ago. So the price changed to about $30,000 more than what it would be because of our budget. So that's basically it. And we're working with them. I'm working with Derman to procure it by after that.
So you're saying you're working with him to procure it?
So we'll be procuring it on state contract because to the vendor, they're on a state contract, so we'll procure it through that channel.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I will yield if there's no other questions.
Councilmember Shropshire?
I have a question. How far are you going back? I heard you say 2 years.
No, yeah, when we first entertained it with OpenGov was a while back. So
Are you going
the
back?
price has changed.
Are you going back further than 2 years?
In
Is that
terms
an
of-
option?
Whatever data that's in wherever we want to pull the data, whether BSNA or whatever information we could pull.
So it'll be further than 2 years.
We could pull further in 2
Okay,
years.
can
yeah.
you do that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Just as long as you go back further than 2 years.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
That's been my concern along the way. I don't have a problem with transparency. I talked about OpenGov when I was a council member after going to NLC and sharing it with the city manager back then. So like, I think we need to go back as far as possible. Like 2010 or further, like we need to get, thank you. We need to go back as far as we can. I mean, just starting a couple years, it's not giving really a historical perspective. I think there's a lot of misinformation and misconception about what types of records we had prior to 2013. And I know for a fact, as we look at the audit findings, a lot of those things happened in 2011 and prior. So we need to go back as far as we can. And I would say at least 2010, if not before. But we need to be able to have a level of historical perspective around our data and the transparency with that, and not just 2 years.
And to echo what you're saying, Mayor, we can go back as far as the data is there. So
So I don't know what that means from a cost perspective and from a data entry perspective, but we need to go back as far as we can.
Yeah.
2010 or before.
Okay. Got it.
All right. Anything else, Councilmember Gordon? Councilmember Shropshire, item number 6, discussion on adoption of streets.
Thank you. So, and I think I saw an ordinance attached to the agenda. Is it ready to go to the meeting? So it's ready to go to the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, put it on the agenda. Thank you.
You were out. Item number 3, the compensation and classification study. We're gonna put that on the January work session to come back. And then item 6 goes to the agenda. Squatters in East Point. Councilmember Shropshire.
So usually we get an update with update on policing. So, and I think you said so we could put this on Monday and it can all be done at that time. Because usually when the police chief give an update, he also tell us where we are with the squatters.
So can we just have on the agenda for Monday update on policing, and the chief we can make sure he answers those questions during that?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Do you want squatters in East Point to go to the January work session?
Yes.
January work session, Madam Deputy City Clerk, and alcohol consumption hours at businesses. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. So if we can get an update on where we are with the ordinance, and Crush has gone back to whatever they were doing. It's like whatever consent agreement that was in place is no longer in place. So, and I think, well, I don't think, I know when we had a conversation with some of the homeowners, I want to say I still prefer 12 o'clock, but I do realize there are other businesses. And I think, and I don't know if it's the consensus of everybody over in Center Park that's being affected by Crush, but they did speak being agreeable to 2 o'clock. That means that the last call for alcohol would be, I guess, around 1:30.
So, go ahead, Councilman Butler, and I'll wait.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my question is, is Crush still under the consent agreement, or are they off the consent agreement?
No, sir. I don't know if the chief has received anything in his office, but I've not received anything. To Councilmember Shropshire's point, if you send us some information, I did get an email asking if they had been released from the consent agreement, and the answer to that is no. They're still under the terms of the consent agreement until at such time they follow the edicts inside of the, which is now, it's not a consent agreement, it's an order, right? So, but we didn't know, I didn't know until you just kind of stated it, that they were in fact violating terms of it. If you could send me that information, or just give it to the chief, I'm sure we can check into that for you guys.
So my concern is, and I've said this several times, and we've had people from the community to come out and talk about it too. We don't want to punish everyone for one bad actor. And if this organization is violating the consent order or the order from the judge, then are there additional punitive steps that you can do because of that?
Yes, if they are in what we call willful and malicious violence, excuse my voice, I'm just kind of covering, violation of the order, the court can find them in contempt. I would have to, along with the chiefs, and conduct some type of investigation to find out what the allegation is, and then go from there.
Because I think there's an opportunity for the city to do the right thing and protect those people who are adjacent to Crush, and at the same time protect the new development that's coming in downtown, to protect those businesses that are in compliance that we never hear anything bad about, that are both in near the airport and in downtown. So I think it would be prudent for us just to work this through and to make sure that we enforce that the club restaurant is closing at 11 o'clock, because that's what the order stated that they did.
So here's my question. There was no safety plan submitted. And so now my question is, what was the timeline on them submitting their safety plan? My second question is to the police chief, have you had any calls in reference to Crush being open past 11 o'clock? Because I know I received emails in reference to that. And again, what is the timeline for them submitting a safety plan?
Yes, ma'am. As relates to the safety plan, Councilmember Shropshire, there is no timeline. They submitted a draft safety plan that was about maybe 2 pages. A safety plan is much more in-depth and much more comprehensive. I had a conversation with them and encouraged them to utilize the best practices, which is the New York City nightclub and restaurant safety plan. It's about 300, 400 pages. I think I provided them with the link to it so that they could print it out. It's going to take them a little bit of time to incorporate what they think is applicable to their business, then present that to myself, Chief excuse me, sorry, Chief Buchanan and Chief Thornton. And then after that, Chief Thornton, Chief Buchanan will get with me along with the defendant to modify the terms of the consent agreement. The only thing that I knew, to Councilmember Butler's question, that they had not done was to put 3 officers there, because they just said they could not afford it. They would go out of business. So that they were doing 2 officers. But I said to them, they still needed to do 3. They need to follow the terms. But I'll be happy to have a conversation once I find out specifically what's going on.
Chief, you have something that you want to add?
Just to answer Councilman Swatshaw's question, I have seen emails about the safety plan in terms of what they're going to do, and they was wondering when were they going to have to close earlier than 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock. I did receive an email in reference to that from the community.
So they're still open past 11 o'clock?
Yes, they put a temporary plan in place, and correct me if I'm wrong, they abided by that plan for about 2 or 3 weeks. And based on the temporary plan, they went back and started opening up. However, what we're waiting on to see is what we're going to do about the ordinance at all, because crush has been problematic, but also now we have other places that are problematic. So we're looking at it from a full system in terms of what we need to do.
So basically, they violated the consent agreement. So basically, we do need to go ahead on and put this ordinance in place that puts a time limit, and Atlanta closes at 2. I believe the last call for alcohol is at 1:30.
1:45, yes.
So, and when I spoke with some of the residents at Center Park, they was agreeable to that. So we just need an ordinance that pretty much says, this is XYZ. Last call, 1:35, shut off, you're closed at 2. Because more and more businesses are gonna continue to do the same thing if we don't put something in place. So we have to put something in place, because the people that are coming here are filtering over from Atlanta. So we gotta put something in place. In our yield.
Councilmember Renee?
I agree, but I also talked with the chairs owners, and I think we were kind of concerned, like, how would this impact some of the other people who are trying to do right in the community? He's in agreement to the closing at 2 o'clock across the board, not, how some cities do Friday this time, Thursday this time, but across the board. And I agree with my colleagues here. Last call, 1:35, 1:45. Yeah, that's good. And I'm in agreement with that. I think we're just ready to move on this. 2 o'clock, I think based on all of the conversations that the council members have had and the mayor, I think we all are in agreement with the 2 a.m. closing, shutting down, hard shut down, 1:35, last call for alcohol. And then also like, no, sell more food than you sell liquor. And I think we're all in agreement with that. So thank you. I yield.
May I just add? I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to add something, but go ahead. I can wait. So I was going to add, I'm in agreement with 2 a.m. There are businesses that are impacted. I would tell you, if you're going to do it, it has to be all or nothing, I believe, in order for it not to be grandfathered in. So I know there's business like Spun Divots that's not in a residential area. So I'm not sure if anybody wants to go and say commercial, non-commercial, or what, mixed development, or just make it 2 across the board.
Yeah, and I just pulled up, Rich and Poor closes at 1 a.m. Our current ordinance says last call has to be 30 minutes before closure. So their last call will have to be at 12:30. Chairs is okay with 2 because they close at 2. And so that's not going to impact their operation. They close at 12 a.m. on Sundays. Spun Divots closes at 4 a.m. On every day except Saturday, they close at 3 a.m. They clearly serve food, though. It's a restaurant. And so I'm going to go to Councilmember Cummings and then Councilmember Bailey, and I'll hold the rest of my comments to them. But go ahead, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think that's kind of what I was going to touch on to ask about. I know if we put this ordinance in place, it's going to affect, we have to go across the board with everybody. So I don't know if we look at that, in Spondivis, I'm just thinking of them in particular. Is it, and I don't know how you get into the whole thing with the zoning or whatever. Could you, that's more of a commercial type area there. So would that have to be something, some sort of different zoning or that particular area? Because I know the other ones, they pretty much touch on residential, because Chairs is the townhomes, Crush is right back behind that. So could we put something in place for that? And we're talking about, this is all in relation to alcohol sales or foods, or just restaurants closing, period?
I think it's just last call. Because the question about whether or not we regulate the times of business, then we asked that before. I don't think we do. So like, but if we put a last call in, they can stay open. They just won't be serving alcohol. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
But to your point, I do have some thoughts around like the areas of the city. So I'll go to
Because I may happen to be out and want to do a Bob Marley at about 2:33 if I'm out at Spondivis. So I just know how it would impact their business if we make, because they're, like you said, they're open till 4:00 in the morning. So
yeah, Spondivis
they're
open to
open till 4
4.
o'clock. But
So
I mean,
like
they
we
clearly-
already have a downtown architecture overlay district that includes downtown East Point. We also have an opportunity zone that includes the downtown East Point area. So I know Keith Thiem recommended maybe looking at an entertainment district. There are already districts within that encompass the downtown area that we could look at as it relates to that. That would be if we're looking to be more flexible.
Okay.
In the downtown area for what's happening. So you got downtown architecture overlay district, you got opportunity zone. These are already defined by map.
Exactly.
That includes our downtown area.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that we were mindful of that the impact specifically on Spondivis. I just know because they're in that area. Okay, I yield.
Yeah. And if there's something that's restricted to those areas, then it'll allow business outside of those areas to have later. Councilmember Bailey and Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that the brewery, the Atlanta Utility Works spoke, and also Chairs regarding their closure time of 2:00. And so as far as the ordinance, obviously that would impact them. But we do have another business, Pyramids, which is right below Chairs, that closes at 3:00. So I think it could impact that business. The owners are here and wanted to hear about that conversation and discussion. But Mayor, you just mentioned as far as the opportunity zone and how that could be considered in terms of flexibility for that particular restaurant. So I just wanted to bring that up because when we spoke about the different times, actually I was discussing the different closure times. I didn't mention Pyramid, and I don't think they have any issues there. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Butler.
I think we just said something that contradicted ourselves. The first thing is you said that it has to apply to every business. If you make it for a specific area, then other businesses are allowed to be grandfathered in. I think what we have, our responsibility is to be responsible to those people who are doing good business. And then those people who are doing bad business, then we need to take the responsibility out on what they're doing and make corrective action on that. Let me say it like my granddad would say, it's no need to kill a mosquito with a sledgehammer. And so I'm just asking that we be prudent and thoughtful and intelligent about the actions that we take here. There is a way to get rid of the nuisance without nuking the whole city. And we should be thoughtful about that.
So I think the city of Hapeville was intelligent, thoughtful, and intentional when they decided that they were going to prioritize the quality of life for their residents and require these types of establishments that are within 100 feet of residential to stop serving alcohol at midnight and everywhere else in the city at 2:00. So this isn't new or novel there's other places that are doing it and they decide to prioritize the quality of life of their residents. I think we have to, not suggesting that we do a cookie cutter approach, but that order is temporary. Enforcement clearly is questionable because they are back open till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm hearing there's no safety plan and there's an order in place and it's temporary. They're still doing whatever they want. But ordinance is permanent, and businesses get business license every year. There's absolutely no way that if I get a business license in 2000 and the council makes a change to the ordinance, that I get to still operate as it did in 2000. Like, that's the purpose of having annual renewals. Laws can't go backward, but they can go forward. And so this isn't just about one business. I think there's another business right in downtown East Point that is wreaking havoc on the condominium owners that live in this downtown area, because they open from like 12 to 6. Like, they have a midnight brunch or something that is wreaking havoc on the residents, my supervisors' quality of life. And so there's a path forward, and it doesn't take forever to figure it out. One option is to just change it across the board to 2 o'clock. Again, there are restaurants that are clearly restaurants. Like, Splendid is not operating like a club. They sell food, people go there, and I guess people like to eat seafood at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know, 3 o'clock in the morning. So I understand that concern. They're not near residential. They're in a very commercial area. I don't think there's residential within 100 feet over in that Aerotropolis area that we are promoting as a destination and more entertainment and more vibrancy. We want our downtown to be vibrant as well. And the businesses in downtown close at 2 a.m., Chairs, 1 a.m., Rich and Poor, and I guess 3 a.m. for Pyramid, the hookah bar. So there you can have different requirements. And I don't know that Hateville has been sued for prioritizing their residents. I think you just have to be consistent. It can't be about a business. It can be about an area, a district. We have the Downtown Architecture Overlay District that includes downtown, and I think it might go as far as to our city limit on Main Street headed towards College Park. And we have the Opportunity Zone. What we need to do is take action, because the longer we don't take action, this temporary fix is not going to deal with the issues that our residents are currently facing and should not have to deal with. And I don't know what that looks like from an enforcement. Our city attorney mentioned contempt, powers of the court. If it says they should not be open past 11 o'clock, I don't understand how we're not riding by and telling them to close down, like, if the order is still in effect. So that's the immediate thing, but that's temporary, whatever that is. Even if they start back during the day, like, that order is temporary. It is not permanent. And our residents expect us to prioritize their quality of life when we're making these decisions. And I think we have a decision to make. It would be great to make a decision on Monday. We've been talking about this for a while. And so I see the current ordinance attached to the agenda, and it has the times. I think if there can be some consensus as to what that might be for Monday, we might be able to hopefully take action on Monday. But if not, the residents are gonna have to go all throughout the holidays, and whatever's happening with this situation is temporary. I don't know when their business license is up for renewal and what the change right now might have on them immediately. I think this is thinking long-term, and I think the residents will be able to understand that if this council takes action. with the sense of urgency to prioritize their quality of life. And so, Councilmember Shropshire, I don't know, my city attorney, Weems.
I have a question. Here's one question. What if we put in the ordinance distant requirements within 500, 1,000 feet of residential? Then I think that will cover them closing at 2:00. Here's another question. I was in the plaza on Delow with a Family Dollar, and I noticed this restaurant, this bar. That's an overlay district. No bar is supposed to be up there. And that overlay was put in 2014. So you all may need to check that. Right next to that store,
The Big Attic.
the Big Attic.
I haven't signed a liquor license, so I will definitely check that because it shouldn't be there.
And I know that's an overlay district. No alcohol is supposed to come up on that corner.
Thank you. I'll take care of that.
Okay, but if everybody is agreeable to putting the distant requirement, that means that like Spondivits, the business that are there, it won't hurt. If you put in 1,000 feet away from the residential, then I think. 100. I think it needs to be longer than that, maybe 250. Okay, okay, so we can, if we can do that, put in the distant requirement, that if they're within so many feet, then they have to close 1:35, last call for alcohol, 2:00 they shut down, since most of the businesses are doing that anyway.
I think that the way alcohol license is written, City Attorney Weems, is that we would say what time they would have to end selling. And then there's another provision that says if that's their last call time, then they have to stop 30 minutes. No, if that's their close, they have to stop 30 minutes before their close time. So if we do 2, that's okay. But if we do it within 100 feet and the 2:00 with the downtown bit, yeah, okay. Butler?
So let's just say we tell Crush you got to close at 2:00. They still parking their cars on people's street. They still got loud noise. It doesn't solve the problem. The problem is if you don't want to punish Spondivits because we're not enforcing the law, that's an East Point City problem. If they are violating the law, then it's my recommendation that if we have a court order, then if they're violating the court order, then padlocks be placed on that business and you close the business. We have history where we've done that before. And then while we close the problem, it gives us the time to be considerate about how do we draft comprehensive legislation that will address all of these needs. I mean, that's just the best way to do it. If the people are in violation, close them down. And then it gives us the time we need to address all of these issues so that we can protect all of those people that we talk about. Can you close them down if they violate the order?
No,
What can you
only
do?
the judge can do it. That's what happened in the other case that you just referenced. The judge issued an order based on them being in just consistent violation. So we filed a motion for contempt. We'd have to have a hearing, and then we'd have to ask the judge to close them down based on the violation. And it would be the judge's purview to make that determination. But if I may,
Yes.
you all had asked about the ability to engage the audit of the food and alcohol sales. Since we had not done that, the chief and I talked about the legal department, and I started the conversation engaging an accountant to go out and actually do that. It's a little bit of the purview of the legal department, but it just hadn't been done. I know we're waiting on GMA. They still haven't been able to act. So I just thought in an effort to move us forward, it may be helpful. I talked with Crush. It's a part of the order. They agreed to comply to send us that. I know that may not mean a whole lot. Understand what Councilmember Shawshire said we are with them, but they did agree to comply with that. If we're able to do that, I don't know if that gets you any closer to your goal on the ordinance, but it will at least start addressing that issue at Crush. And then if they're successful with respect to getting us the data, you could use that data as a platform for any other problems, such as the one that she mentioned in the, I forget the other plaza that she referenced.
Let me ask the chief a question. Chief, is it possible to have somebody roll by at 11:30 or 12 o'clock and see if they're still open?
Oh, they're still open. And I'm gonna tell you,
So are we not citing them?
well, here's the situation. It was a voluntary order because we never went to a court. So they voluntarily agreed to comply. But if they don't comply, we can't enforce it because it was not ordered or mandated by a judge.
Well, I just thought he said it was a court order.
Okay, go ahead.
There is a court order. They had a consent agreement, temporary consent agreement that the judge signed. I asked the judge to sign off on it so that it can become an order with more enforcement strength. The judge did sign off on it. So in fact, there's a now an order.
So can he enforce the order?
Yes, I mean, I think he can enforce the order. I don't know that, yeah, he can
So I'm
certainly
asking,
enforce the
so
order.
can you write them a citation for violating the court order is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Technically, yeah, he could, but theoretically, we don't need that enforcement if I could get the facts that Councilmember Shropshire has, right? Or whomever else has, and just do a motion for contempt. But you certainly could send police by there.
Well,
and just like,
one of the things I do agree with Councilwoman Shropshire and Councilwoman Cook is this has been going on too long. And we need a solution to that problem. And it seems to me that we have solutions, we aren't enforcing them. And so that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom. Maybe I don't understand. If there's a court order, we cite them, then we bring them back to court for contempt. That's what I heard what we can do.
And so I'm glad that city attorney clarified it because I know when we did the order or when he made the order out, the judge did sign it, but they voluntarily. So what I mean is they never came to a court hearing. So I was unaware, but that's not an issue.
I understand.
If he's advising me, that's not an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the ordinance and the distance requirement, Spondivics won't be affected because they're not near any residential homes. I think, and what I want is to move forward with this ordinance. And if they violate the ordinance, then there's more strength to citate them and close them down if they violate the ordinance, because it is a ordinance that's right here in place. So what I want is if we can move forward with the ordinance and the distance requirement in the ordinance. Therefore, if they feel like they don't want to abide by the consent agreement, once this ordinance is violated, Chief, what is it that you do when they violate the ordinance?
We cite them and fine them. And another thing that we can do, or we haven't spoken, and I haven't spoken to city attorney about this, but I haven't signed any off on any alcohol permits yet. And that's due on January 1st, because we're looking at the businesses who are in compliance and the businesses who are not in compliance. So I was going to get with the city attorney about this because I do know they have called and asked for a liquor license, but until we can get something a little more definitive and some cooperation, I'm not signing off on it.
Thank you. So if we can move forward with the ordinance and putting a distant requirement in it, that will give the city more leverage.
Madam Deputy City Clerk, that would be placing this item on alcohol consumption hours at businesses ordinance, not discussion, on the Monday agenda for decision by council. I know laws can't go back, but I don't know that laws are prohibited from moving forward from the time of enactment. And so I think that's a question, and there's a, making sure people have notice or whatever, but I don't even know if we have to wait till they get their license renewed. Like, once the ordinance is passed, it can't go back, it can move forward though. I don't know that they would be exempt from that. So I think it's section 11-058, was that it? No, it's attached to the agenda. And I don't know, city attorney, if there are other provisions that we need to address. Section 11-1058, days and hours of operation alcohol ordinance. So that should be on the agenda for Monday. Amendment of section 11-1058. December. All right, council member, 9 and 10 went to Monday, Councilmember Butler. Number 11, the whistleblower process. The last time we talked about this, we talked about doing a solicitation to get a third-party company. And I did want to say to the city attorney regarding the auditing firm, I know we talked about doing a solicitation to take care of it ourselves and engaging people ourselves. So thanks on that. Whistleblower, where are we? I mean, we talk about this every month. We have an ordinance that's been in place since, I can't remember, 2003, 2000. It's been in place for a long time. Need an internal policy and a third-party vendor for people to call. And last time we talked about this, we talked about staff doing a solicitation. And if one hasn't been done yet, I'm gonna ask council to put on the consent agenda, giving the city manager authority to do a solicitation for a whistleblower hotline. Has the solicitation been done, Mr. King?
No, Madam Mayor, not at this time, but we
So
can definitely do that.
Can we put on the consent agenda for Monday? Does anybody object to consent agenda, directing the city manager to release a solicitation for a whistleblower process hotline? Okay. That's, and Deputy City Clerk, I'll get with you. Councilmember Gordon and Cummings, we had grievance but policy on Monday. We're ready to take action on that. It's going on the. You want January work session? Okay. All right, that takes us now to 30. Council review and approval of Animal Services Fulton County Intergovernmental Agreement. I'm not sure who has the updated overview on this. I know the quality of service has always been something that's been questioned at the Fulton County Mayor's meeting. They charge us just for a call. They don't come. They might get multiple calls. We charge multiple calls for multiple calls. Mr. King, I see your light on.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll start out by just giving an overview of what we've got here, and then I can have the chief talk about it from where he stands and how they operated. What you have before you is a one-year agreement with an automatic 4 automatic renewals commencing on January the 1st of 2024. The current agreement that we currently have is set to expire on December 31st. And so this would be going to effect on January 1. In your package, you have the attachments from Fulton County, which talks about the total program budget, which comes to $12,103,840. They also have sent us a package which details a description of their animal control services. They've had a new and improved facility and give some background information on the facility and indicating that the current animal shelter is 45 years old, reflects dated practices. And so they pretty much sent us information for that as well. They also have in attachment number 1 a breakdown of the number of jurisdictions who are a part of this. All the jurisdictions who are on this list were receiving the same energy overall agreement. We've had a chance to talk with the city attorney. I know he was also wanting to get some thoughts on it from our police chief, who we've had a chance to talk to, and he could talk a little bit about their process that goes forward. And so this has been brought forward for your review and approval and open for your discussion, Madam Mayor, council members.
Go ahead, Chief.
So in terms of animal control, this is what they want us to do. If a person calls 911, they don't want the citizen to call animal control. They want us via the dispatch to contact them. They want a police officer to go out and address the issue and let them know whether or not it's a violent dog or a non-violent dog. And if it's a non-violent dog, they will come at their discretion. If it's a violent dog, they'll come immediately. So we've discussed these. There's a couple issues. We don't have a lot of options for dogs. Okay, so if it's a violent dog, the only thing we can do is shoot the dog. I'm just being honest with you. We don't have a lot of options. So I just think they need to come out when they're called. That's the best solution.
I mean, but what are we paying them for? Like, if we about to start using our staff to respond to dog calls, what is the contract for? Like, is that that's what we have in this intergovernmental agreement? And I know it wasn't. I know we didn't put it in. I know it came from the county. I'm about to communicate with the mayors and be like, we need to have a meeting with the county because this is not gonna work.
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is the county's plan. Essentially what they do to have animal control officers who they send out. The plan is, I know that we've had an opportunity, myself and the city attorney have had a chance to talk with some of the representatives. And so apparently the way the process will work, a resident would dial 911. It's their interpretation that the city police department will do their due diligence to determine whether or not there's an active, real event underway. If it is, then they would then say, for example, someone is under some attack, I said, a dog, at that point, we would address it. But if it's something dealing with a dead animal or something of that nature or a stray animal, then they would come pick it up. They would expect us, for our police chief, to vet that process first and then notify them in the event that it is an animal that is not a danger or is not of harm to any particular individual. And so that's where we come in. So that kind of gives you an overview. The chief can kind of elaborate some more on that, but that's pretty much how they explain the process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is not the first rodeo discussion on this topic. And as I went through looking at what the paperwork is, unless every city on this list plans on having their own immunity against the county, you're basically locked into this. I don't even know why we spend a lot of time discussing it. You're either going to play ball with them or you're going to chase your own wild dogs that's running through the neighborhood. It's not any more complicated than that. And then we get down to the point is, what is the county really trying to do? Well, they're trying to get everybody to help pay for the new facility they just built because the old one's been turned down. We already know how we are ripped off with the charges based on phone calls. Okay? It's not how many dogs they captured, it's how many calls they got about that one dog that's still running loose. So we can sit up here, we can discuss what our options are going to be, but unless we have all the cities hold hands and say we're going to fight this together, we're wasting our time talking about it. Thank you.
So I choose not to be hopeless or feel like there's nothing that can be done. You can do the same thing wrong for 30 years, it's still wrong. And until somebody stands up, it doesn't change. And so, yes, it's the same conversation, but you're saying that you're okay with taking our police officers that we pay to protect and serve our community to go respond to dog calls and to go to a site for a dog to determine if it's a violent dog, then let them know, and then they'll come out. But we're paying them for animal control services. out of the whole 10 year or 6 years that I've been up there, that's never been a part of the contract. And that's ludicrous to not object to that and say that that's a problem. We already talk about our police officers not being able, like needing to have more, and we're getting to a point where we're about to be fully staffed. They about to respond to dog calls when we got a contract with a government agency where they're supposed to do that for us. And we're just gonna say, oh, okay. Yeah, like, no. So I will be on the phone this week, and I will be communicating with all the mayors in the county, because this is absolutely like ridiculous. So what's gonna happen if there's a situation that needs our officers' response and they get a call on a dog? So then we're still gonna have dogs roaming the street because they're gonna go protect and serve us. And Fulton County is gonna say, oh, you agreed to have your officer go there first and you're paying us money. Like, so I'm not that cavalier about it. I think it's a problem. And whether or not we actually get to a more favorable resolution, I'm not gonna act like it's okay. Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Gordon, and Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess with this extra tax that we're paying for the dog service or whatever, are there other counties like Union City, other southern cities that are, I guess, under this same thing as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so just okay, so.
I just asked if they signed, so.
All right, and I know you said that you probably, reach out to other mayors in other cities. I don't know if an option, maybe to create a metro, a south side dog catcher. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something that they could do that would, so that the officers wouldn't have to respond, or if not, just demand that Fulton County come out and they deal with these dogs. But if not, maybe if something for the south side can be created as some sort of position or something that, I don't know how all of these south side cities would come in and support it, but just maybe if there were 1 or 2 dog catchers or whatever down on this side of town, we definitely wouldn't house them. But I mean, I don't know. But I mean, I understand what I do agree with what you're saying, as opposed to we're paying them, I think it was $275,000 for the service to now send our police officers. It was a crazy amount, because I sort of joked about it and said, I'll get them for 75. But instead of having our police officers to respond, just to kind of vet the calls to see if it's actually a violent dog or no. Just maybe an option or something that we could do. I don't know. I yield.
Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. My comment is more so, I think, a complaint since we're on this topic. So as you know, we had 3 dogs that have been roaming from neighborhood to neighborhood. And so the complaint has been that when animal services, when they come out, they've been cited, they stay approximately 15 minutes, don't see anything, and then leave. So that's just something I wanted to make sure, just a quality of service or lack thereof type of effort, because these 3 dogs are just roaming around. I see them from time to time as well. It's been a couple of days since I've seen them, but they are they'll make you want to sit in your car and not get out. So just want to make sure that was on record as well as a complaint.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstood, not necessarily misquoted, but misunderstood. I still get back to the basic point is that standing by ourselves is we're not going to really win anything. And the only way this is going to change is at least for more than one city to hold hands. We're listed here as number 3 on the taking advantage list, with City of Atlanta shelling out, what is that? That's $6 million, something like that. And we're down to 802,000. And basically what I'm saying is the people at the very, very bottom of the list will probably just go along with the program because they're not really paying that much. You have legitimate concerns. I think they need to be addressed. But what's gonna happen when they kick in with the new fees come whatever the kickoff date is for next year? And we haven't signed up for anything, or we haven't protested as a group. That's what my concern is. I think all the mayors ought to be rallied together. And just basically tell the county basically where to go with this. Because you look at the total figure here, we're talking $12 million when you round up all of the cities together. I mean, it's all right here in the paperwork, okay? Yeah, and I think every municipality has the same issue. We're not by ourselves on this. It's just that it's gotten up to a level now where, yes, we basically need to protest it. So what do we want the marching orders to be tonight on this item?
So it's going on the agenda. Then
And
I'll
when
try
we
to
put on the agenda,
communicate.
we'll come up with what we think our position needs to be. And then we figure out how much energy it's gonna take to get the other cities to partner with us.
Like literally, we would have to assign officers to dog calls. At least one officer. I think there's another city that does that. If we're doing that, I expect to see a substantial reduction in the contract to the county to pay for the cost, the salary and the benefits of the officer or the staff that's gonna be assigned to do it. Like, this is like,
Now, I want to just say, we have limited options because we don't have anything to do with them.
But this almost sounds like this is what we have to do next. But the reality basically is you're already doing some of this stuff because you don't know what's really going on until you get to the scene.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Is this time sensitive?
Yes, it is. Our current agreement
So,
expires.
Madam Mayor, when are you all having y'all meeting?
I don't have a meeting. I'm just gonna communicate with everybody. I don't have a meeting set up. They always send us the contract at the final hour. Well, we end up getting it on our agenda at the final hour. I don't know when they send it, but
They sent it the final hour. You're
so they
right.
send it at the final hour. We're under the gun, and then they put outlandish things in the contract. So
can we take that out?
it'll require a city attorney negotiating with the county attorney. I guess maybe share with them our concern about the current contract. And I'll try to talk to the mayors and see what their position is. But this has not been a requirement in the previous contract.
I don't know when they sent the contract. Scheduled a meeting that we went to briefly, need to be rescheduled because the concern also was the response to calls and the timelessness of response to call. They indicated that their CAD system, 911 CAD system, when people call 911 and report any dog issues, that our police department was hanging up on people after they gave them the telephone number to call animal control directly. And that's where the gap was in some instances. I didn't have a chance to talk to the person, I believe the chief has, along with the city manager, but I will take these notes back. Mr. Hawkins was working with Ms. Muhammad and chief in the city manager's office to reschedule that meeting. But I guess I thought that it had been resolved, but I'll jump back on it and re-engage it to make sure that those issues are resolved.
All right, agenda for Monday. Thanks, Chief.
No problem, thank you.
Item 32. Last year we did the first vision board social. Oh, I'm sorry, that's good. Oh no, we put that on consent. That's the county who wants to count the homeless. We did a vision board social at the city annex in January on a Saturday. And so we'd like to use the city annex again this year to host the second vision board social. So I'm asking that this board go on consent to have the event in January. Huh? We're thinking January 27th. Yeah. Yeah, no, I just want to have the vision board social at the city annex in case we need to be flexible with that. So we could put that on consent. Thanks. The next is events at city parks. So it was, look back at my calendar. I think the weekend of October the 20th, I believe, that there was a car show at John D. Milner Park that disrupted the quality of life of the residents. And yeah, it was on the Sunday. It was on the Sunday, not the Saturday. The residents in East Washington, I had a couple calls, and I put city parks as a whole because, and I meant to look at the ordinance, but I think under administrative permit for special events, it says if it's at parks, on our parks, the Parks and Recreation Department will handle that. And there's a lot of programming, thankfully, because of the work of our director happening at our parks. And John D. Milner Park is a park, because of its size, they have activities like Monday through Saturday, like almost every day of the week. And the residents aren't complaining about those, but they're very concerned about the Sunday. And I think this was like the one and only time, I don't know that we've had other big, like it was supposedly a lot of cars. The police went and when they would shut it down, the music was blaring, like it was a very big concern. And so I don't know if it's looking at the size of the events, but like, especially for a park like John D. Milner that gets so much activity during the week that the residents in that area deal with, they don't complain. Like a Sunday for events like that, that was a lot for them. And so put it on the agenda because I don't know if we need to look at our ordinances regarding use of parks on the days that we have them, the size of events, like, and I think this was a one-off, but it was a big one-off.
Yeah, I can speak
And so I put it on the agenda. We got the call about it from some East Washington residents. And so, Mr. King, I see Mr. Pinkett at the podium. Would you like him to respond now?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we'll let Shalor go ahead and make a response. Go ahead, Shalor.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, Mayor, this was really a one-off. I can explain to you our process. Typically, reservations, like you said, are Monday through Saturday. This particular person that does this event, she's been doing it for about 6 years, and typically it's done on Saturday, as you mentioned. The reason why I was moved to Sunday, we had a lot of rainouts, and it was a scheduling conflict with our programming, so we moved her to Sunday. So the general reservation process works as such. They'll call into our rec center, speak to my secretary, Deborah Shelton. She would ask questions about what the event will entail, what type of event, how many people are expected, if it's a conflict with our scheduling, as far as programs go. All those boxes get checked off before we signed off and give a permit. In particular with this event, the question was as how many cars would be at the car show, because they are confined to the space that they reserve. She shared that it would only be 10 cars, music, food would be there. And we also have a staff person who works weekend reservations as well. So the person is not unattended. I would have to go back honestly and take a look to see what happened back in October, who was working the reservation that day. But typically when the reservations do occur, whether it's on Monday through Saturday or especially on Sundays, a staff person actually works the event. So that's what I can speak to in regards to our process. As you mentioned, it was a one-off. We typically stay away from Sundays in large part because my staff, for a large part of the year, works 7 days a week, to be honest with you. Other times that we take breaks where we don't have programs. So Sundays are typically our day, quote unquote, of rest, especially as it pertains to the parks. Now, we do have reservations that occur in the gym, but that's a confined space. So I truly understand the concern about Sundays. And as you mentioned, you've been to our programs. You know, we have upwards of 12 to 1,500 people out there for a large part of the year on our Saturdays. And honestly, I'm not really a big fan of Sunday reservations, but this one in particular, the person has been doing a reservation with us since the late 2000 teens doing this event. So that's what I can speak to that particular event on how it ended up being on a Sunday.
I'll let the police know, because my understanding it had to be more than 10 cars, because it was a whole lot of people. And I think the police, did the officer go out there to try to deal with it, Chief?
So yes, we did respond out there, and the issue was when we responded, they presented the permit stating that there would be loud music. So it's kind of hard to enforce the loud music when they have a permit allowing loud music. That was the issue.
They had, so the Parks and Recreation Department issues a permit to have events? Or is it called permission?
Any event that occurs at our park, we have a permitting process with about 16 different clauses as it pertains to a reservation.
Oh, so the loud music you couldn't respond to because the permit allowed loud music.
I guess it was cheap, yeah. Kind of hard, I guess, to gauge, I guess, the.
Councilmember Shropshire and Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you. So, yeah, I received the calls on a Sunday, and the residents was pretty upset about it. But that's not the first time it happened. With that event probably, but there are other events that happen on Sunday, like when East Point have East Point Day or whatever. It is an ongoing thing, and I really think since the residents are in the park, the city needs to be more considerate when it's on a Sunday, because like the mayor said, everything happens at that park. So on Sunday, it's kind of like a rest day, and the music was so loud, it was thumping in their houses. That's just how loud the music was, and it was rattling the windows. That's just how loud it was. It was like no consideration of the people that's over there on a Sunday. So imagine Monday through Sunday, and you're working, and when you want to rest, this is what you have to go through. That's not being fair to them, especially on a Sunday. And I know it has happened before, because I've gotten calls, especially when they do the so-called East Point Day. So the city has to be better when it comes to, and take more consideration in when it comes to issuing permits, especially on a Sunday in a neighborhood that's already has a lot of activities going on. And I yield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Shalord, for your information. Councilmember Karen Renee and myself, we got calls also, and I actually went over there and talked to the young lady, and they did, after talking to them, they did turn the music down, just so you know, she was responsive, but it was very, very loud.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yeah, just to piggyback, I'm aware of there's something called the noise abatement law. And so sometimes even when you put permits to play loud music, if they don't exceed a certain amount of that noise abatement, that's something you might want to revisit in reference to the language moving forward. That's it. I yield.
Real quick, since it seems like this car show is kind of growing kind of big, perhaps, and this is just a perhaps we should move the car show down to something like the Commons area or something like that, since it's growing so big, and then it's not in a residential neighborhood. And that way you can kind of, it can kind of you can kind of help manage it a little bit, a lot better, and the noise won't impact the residents, because you got a lot of seniors in that neighborhood, and that quiet enjoyment, they need that after church. So if we can kind of like consider another location, and I think that would be really, really cool, or even a parking lot or something. I mean, like that's not busy. I don't know, but in a warehouse district perhaps. But at least, like consider if we haven't broke ground yet, I think by next year we'll be broken ground by the time it turns around in October. Because they had it in October. So maybe we can consider another place because it seems like it's really growing really big. And then the word is spreading. Thank you, and I appreciate it. Skype Park, I don't know. Well, Skype Park will have the same problem because you got residents right across the street from there as well.
Yeah.
But just kind of brainstorm a little bit because it is a big thing. It's not like, Candy's thing, they kind of there and they kind of, everybody's just moving on through and within an hour or two, everything is gone. I mean, I just think of some of the big events that you have over there. So just consider another location for that site, especially with all that loud music.
Yeah, will do. And we definitely appreciate those residents over there. We've really fought to actually create the activity, but I guess the trade-off, that's potentially this. But we do our best to stay away from reservations on Sundays. As I say, that was an outlier. And I do appreciate the recommendations and we will look at moving that. But typically from a permitted standpoint or reservations, every reservation, whether small or large, we go through our series of questioning, and believe it or not, I turn away more reservations than I take because we are very critical about what we like to have at the parks. But I will take these recommendations into account.
So I don't know if there's doesn't sound like there's an ordinance that needs to be changed.
Well, I guess, with the work that Sean has done from a lighting standpoint, I know you're very familiar with the baseball and softball. Our fields really weren't suitable for tournament style play because of the inability for the lights. But now that we have the lights 24, we're looking to actually move into more reservations for tournament play, whether it be softball or baseball. So I'm not sure how the ordinance will potentially impact our programming if we have a large
I just
baseball
think you're
tournament.
gonna have a challenge. My daughter plays travel softball, and those are like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and definitely like Saturday and Sunday. You're talking about having more events on Sunday.
That is the goal, potentially, with
and
tournaments.
From the concerns from the community, like I think that's something that I don't know at the next community meeting they have, but that's something we need to talk with the community about because those travel tournaments, it's a lot of traffic, not necessarily a lot of
The
noise,
but cars in the parking lot.
but cars parked all over. Like, our parking situation isn't generally like some of the other places we go for tournaments that have like multiple fields. Like they have a lot of parking and it's kind of contained. I would say before we start doing something like that, we really would need to engage with the community and talk with them to see, get their input around that. I just know those types of tournaments draw a lot of people. You're gonna have people park in front of people's houses over there. It might not be noise,
but a lot
but
of
it's
cars.
a lot on a Sunday.
So I know I received some feedback from a few council members. In 24, we're going to start going into these community meetings to talk about upcoming programs and getting feedback on things they would like to see, particularly at their parks. And I can also include about the things that we're looking at planning on doing. But we're definitely going to start that in our first quarter of next year.
Especially the stuff that's going to increase traffic. And you're exploring for Sundays.
Okay.
But I don't think the ordinance right now, does the ordinance say that they can be rented Monday through Sunday? I think that's my question. If we could look at the ordinance to see if there's something we may need to address, or if it's just more of the practice of Parks and Rec, and you're saying you'll take all of this into consideration, but expanding to increasing Sunday activities at any park, really. I think that's something definitely that we need to talk with the communities about and bring that back to council before that happens because of the impact on the quality of life.
Will do.
Council member comments and Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a big baseball mom and all that good stuff, and I understand what the mayor is saying with regards to the impact of the quality of life. Just a suggestion, it's even as a hop, skip, and a jump, but even consider talking with MARTA. I mean, I know it's like across and it's a bit away, but you can look
walking
at
distance.
MARTA, you can look at the Buggy Works, and we can offer some sort of shuttle service where you can still have a tournament, but divert like a lot of the cars. They won't be actually in the neighborhoods. I mean, the people are there and that's fine. It's not a problem, but that's an option. I mean, so that we can, have that, still definitely engage the community with regards to that, but just some options for other parking. You have the MARTA station and you have Buggy Works.
Okay.
I yield.
And also, what's the cutoff time?
5 o'clock.
Okay, so, and this was going on past 5 o'clock, that particular event. So maybe you need to consider looking at the time on Sunday, doing a shorter cutoff time on Sunday, if you're gonna utilize that area, maybe like 2 o'clock, because what time do they start using it?
Typically, you might start setting up maybe 11 o'clock hour, and then I guess the highlight of the car show
before
probably
then.
around 2 o'clock or so.
Okay, yeah, you might want to look at shortening the hours
The
on
end time.
Sunday.
Okay.
To take that into consideration. Because
Would've-
as you notice, like now it gets dark at 5. So just a thought, when you're looking at everything.
Will do.
Do you have any reservations coming up for Sundays now?
No.
So you don't have anything on the books?
No.
For the next, so we know.
No time soon. I'll tell you, it's very rare that we do stuff on Sunday. That's the only day my crew gets a break.
Right,
in large
and the
part.
community wants a break too, so they both, y'all want to rest on
So it
Sunday.
went from a ghost town to busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Just tell them there's nothing planned for a while on Sundays and just trying to stay away from Sundays. But before we consider, I of course would love to see softball tournaments and baseball tournaments in East Point, but there's also one-day tournaments that we go to that are like all day Saturday, right? And they don't have a Sunday component. So I think we just need to think about which leagues or whatever they call it, like U-Trip and PGF, like who we're attracting, like, but some of them only have a one-day tournament. So
Okay.
all right, thanks.
All right, thank
Last item, discussion and possible action on discrimination ordinance. Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a long night. Just a little brief history as Ms. Cat pulls up the resolution. Basically, just to let you know, I have been personally and professionally a longtime advocate of legalizing recreational and medical marijuana. And this is something that I just wanted to bring back to council. A little history. In 2019, Kemp signed House Bill 324 to lower the THC. As you know, our president put an executive order to release marijuana to pardon 6,500 federal simple marijuana charges. So there's 22 states right now that have decriminalization of marijuana that's in place. 120 cities have it. So the municipalities play a key role. The state of Georgia right now has about 12. We want to make sure that we close this loop because right now it's already on the books with East Point, to my knowledge. It's a ticket that you write up and then fine. I've met with the chief, both police chiefs actually, started with Chief Gardner. And so what we want to do basically as we move forward and be on the right page of history, we want to make sure that we're documented, that it's already on the books, and will help me out and help the residents out to make sure that we won't put our children in harm's way or anyone in harm's way as we move forward on this holistic plan. Yes, Chief. I yield.
The reason I stepped up is because he did speak to me earlier, and I was explaining to him, we don't set fines. So I think he wanted one of the maximum fines to be $75, but I don't have the authority to do that. The courts do that, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes, sir. On state charges, on local marijuana charges, there's an ordinance in place that is essentially decriminalize it, but it sets the fine amount at $250. So if you all wanted to take an action to modify that fine amount in our ordinance, or to get rid of the fine amount in our ordinance, that will be enacted as body.
What I did is thank you, I checked all the cities right now, it starts at $35 all the way to $150. The average price, the city of Atlanta, Fulton, South Fulton, and even Clarkson, they do $75. So that's the baseline for it. So I stayed with that particular language on it, but I will yield to the will of council.
Is that 75 for the first offense? Do they change it based on the number of offenses, like if it's a repeat offender?
I'm not sure about that, but what I know is up to $75. But we do know right now, I know, I just with my colleague, State Representative Eric Bell, they're pushing legislation right now to legalize marijuana, period. So all we're trying to do is just put this in a spot of data that can be used as we continue to have this voice out there.
So, City Attorney Weems there was a draft ordinance attached to the, I know we call you a lot tonight. Draft attached to the agenda. And if our fine is $250, I think one amendment would be changing it to $75. I know when we talked about it previously, I think even Judge Oliver has come before us and said that it's something that we cite and don't really criminalize, but the concern of a maximum fine of $75, like maybe that's something we can address on Monday. I mean, it's an ordinance, so we'd have to put it on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am. But just so you'll know, our 13-1019 does have the language in it that says no person alleged to have violated subsection A, which is possession of marijuana in the city, shall be allowed to elect to be treated as an ordinance violation other than on the first such occasion of such violation. So even it really kind of reads, that was a little convoluted, so I understand that the lay person may have problems trying to interpret it, but I think that's the legislative intent of it. But this could certainly clean that up. If I could just get you can keep sending me a Word copy of it. I can work from this one, or I could just draft one.
And does, so explain to me in layman's term what that part means that you just read.
The first one, my understanding is that the first one would not be considered a criminal ordinance violation, but that you can only take advantage of that one time.
Okay. And then the second time is the fine up to $250.
No, the first time it's the fine up to $250. The second time you can't even use it under this ordinance. Is my read.
So the second time, what would it be under?
161330J or 161330E.
That's state.
Yes, ma'am.
I see.
And may I just add one quick thing? So most of our officers, especially if it's less than an ounce, already give citations. But I would like to have something, respectfully, Robertson, if we put this in place, there's nothing in there that can prevent them from making an arrest if there's other factors involved, because sometimes there are other factors just to marijuana. So when we give citations, it's just normally for that particular charge.
So for a marijuana charge only.
Correct.
But not a marijuana plus.
Chief Judge Oliver just sent me a text message and asked me to remind you all that there are state surcharges that accompany any fine that she assesses, and that could take the fine up higher than $250.
So if we change it to 75, then we'd be within the range of possibly a maximum of 150, even with the state surcharges, versus 250 to 300.
It's calculated with all that clerk stuff, and so we put it in the system over at courts, and they just spit out the fine.
Okay, so we can have an ordinance on Monday.
I can try my best.
All right, Madam Deputy City Clerk, Monday agenda. That is our last item that I have. So that's 12:18. I'm gonna ask a very rhetorical question. I already expect a certain response. Any executive session items?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Oh my God. What?
Unknown type.
What type?
I have position litigation and one personnel.
That's 3 personnel and 1 litigation?
No, Madam Mayor.
So that's 3 personnel, 1 potential litigation. Um, Any other items from council? I guess all of this is time sensitive and can't wait till the 18th. The litigation is time sensitive?
It's something I want you all to know about.
All right. Council members' comments for so moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
Are they ready in there? Are they ready? Motion to reconvene.
Been moved and probably second in discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. There's a desire to add another personnel item to executive session, so we are back here to make sure that the record is clear.
Motion to add another personnel item which makes it 4.
So we're recessing for 4 personnel and still 1 litigation? So the motion to recess should be for 4 personnel and 1 litigation. 4 litigation. So now we're recessing into executive session for 4 personnel and 4 litigation. I can't
8
make a motion.
items?
I can't make a motion. Somebody need to make a motion.
8, wait a minute.
8 items.
8
4
items.
personnel and 4 litigation.
4 personnel and 4 litigations.
More than properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. Can we get a motion to reconvene? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Renee.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the city attorney's, employee contract.
The motion's on the floor. Is there a second? Second. Is there a discussion? Councilmember Shropshire.
Yes, with the dates,
October 12, 2023
through April.
to April 12, 2024.
Right. Sorry about that.
It's been moved and seconded with that understanding. So you're in for discussion, Councilmember Shropshire?
I think Councilmember Renee is trying to make this motion to avoid me from making the motion that I want to make.
So with any motion, there's the ability to either do a friendly amendment or a substitute motion.
Because once we take this motion, it's going to require 6.
So there's ability on any motion to make a friendly amendment or a substitute motion.
So let
Is
me
your
make
desire to make
a
a substitute
substitute motion.
What's your substitute
No,
motion?
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Okay. Any other discussion? Huh? All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call.
Councilwoman Shropshire? Councilmember Robinson? Councilmember Renee? Councilmember Bailey? Councilmember Cummings? Councilmember Cook? Councilmember Butler? And Councilmember Gordon? Motion carries.
What's the next item? Is there any other action?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to terminate the city manager.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? If that is the desire, I think you need to have a date of when.
I apologize. Immediately.
There's a motion to terminate the city attorney immediately. Councilmember Bailey, I think you made the second. Was Councilmember Bailey the second, Madam? Councilmember Bailey, does your second still stand? City manager. She said city manager.
I said city manager.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant city manager. They just approved your contract. I'm sorry. I meant city. The motion is to terminate city manager effective immediately. Was added to the effective immediately was added. I asked Councilmember Bailey, does your second still stand? Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call.
Renee? Councilmember Bailey? Councilmember Cummings? Councilmember Cook? Councilmember Butler? Councilmember Gordon? Motion carries. Oh, sorry. It is 6-2. 6 yes, 2 no.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And I know this motion is not going to pass, but Councilmember Renee said she don't care. So I'd like to make a motion to terminate the city attorney.
There's a second. I think now that it's been approved by council, it might have to be done by motion for consideration, but is there a second on the motion to terminate? Because it might fail for it if there's not a second. No second, so that motion fails for lack of second. Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that Jeff Reeves be approved as the interim city manager.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call, please.
Oops. Councilmember Gordon. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Cook. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Bailey. Councilmember Renee. Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember Shropshire. Motion passed.
The vote.
It is 6-2.
Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes. Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries, although it's not needed. We've taken action at the last of this meeting, so I'll ask for a motion to adjourn, although it's work session. The motion to adjourn. So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night, East One.